afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order. I'd like to note that we got a full roster for the committee today. Thanks everyone for attending. We have two attendees over the Teams meeting. Thanks for making the time. Good afternoon and welcome to the May 13th, 2024 Audit and Finance Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of committee and administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those individuals of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be recorded. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for May 22nd, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the council meeting is 12 o'clock noon on Tuesday, May 21st. Okay, first up, I need approval of the public agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Mr. Humphreys? I'll call the question, and we have to vote verbally because we have online attendance. Is anyone opposed? Or I guess we'll have poll. Are we good? We're okay for these ones. Is anyone opposed? I see no opposition. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have a move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on April 9th, 2024? Mr. Warwa, any errors or omissions spotted by committee? I see no raised hands. I'll call the question. Any opposed? I see no opposition. First up, we have tabled reports. We will now consider item AFC 24-10, potential allocation of investment income to reserves. Can I please ask Deputy City Manager, Mr. Lacey, to introduce the report? Oh.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. So during consideration of the 2024 budget, Council passed a motion directed administration to prepare a report for the Audit and Finance Committee to consider the potential allocation of all investment income earned from reserve balances held within the investment portfolio to the Asset Revitalization Reserve at 75% and 25% to the General Fund Reserve. And so this report considers both the current approach that administration takes in the bylaw in funding these reserves, as well as this motion has been referred to this committee. Both approaches, both the current approach and the allocation of a portion of the investment income, administration believes has their benefits, but both also come with potential disadvantages. Changing the source of funding to support the General Fund Reserve and the Asset Revitalization Reserve will likely have budget implications similar to any other decision that affects the allocation of revenues and expenses. And so as a result, administration is recommending that any change in the policy as to how those two reserves are funded should be evaluated in the overall context of the 2025 and future budgets, while also recognizing that given the tightening financial circumstances of the city and those reserves balances, that adjustments to how those two reserves are funded is required. I'd be happy to answer any questions committee may have of administration.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. And I'll open the floor to committee. Any questions for administration? Oh. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, bad etiquette, sorry everyone. I didn't follow my script. Can I have someone move this report with the following amendments? That the following dollar amounts noted in the first paragraph of page 4 of item AFC 24-10 be edited as follows. The balance of the General Fund Reserve at the end of 2023 is projected to be $24.49 million, and it should be edited to be read as $20.4 million. And the balance estimated at $20.3 million be edited to be read as $15.8 million, and that the date in the recommendation, point number 3, be read as May 22nd, 2024. I need a mover with those amendments, please.
The amending letter states that the GFR was 24.49 million. It actually is reflected in the report as being 24.9 million. I'm just
Okay.
wondering whether the 24.49 should be 24.9. That makes more sense to me, respecting the fact that the $4.4 million understatement for doubtful accounts would result in reducing the GFR to approximately 20.3 or 20.4 million.
I guess that's a pretty well-articulated note. I'll just look to administration for a comment on that, and maybe we should correct it accordingly if that's the more accurate of the two versions. I didn't notice it, so I'll wait for someone else to audit that and tell me.
You know, on page 4, it states that the 2023 projected GFR is 24.9 million. And the amending memo says it was 24.49, so I think it should be 24.9.
Just giving administration a chance to catch up.
Sure.
24.9 or 20.4? So through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is what we're asking here is whether it should be 20.4 or 20.49. That's the question I believe being asked, so a $90,000 difference here. I will ask, I've asked my staff here to follow up on that specific, and perhaps we can move on and come back and address that, if that is workable for you, Mr. Chair.
That would be fine to me, and just to summarize this property, I didn't have the numbers in front of me, and I'm just paying attention to what you're saying. Apparently, this comes to a rounding.
No, through you, Jason. The problem is that the GFR in the amending memo states that at the end of 2023, the GFR was 24.49. However, the amendment, I think, is wrong. Yeah, but it should be 24.9, so that's not 90,000, that's 400,000.
Yeah.
Or something,
If I can,
500,000.
I'll just weigh in, Mr. Chair. Neither myself nor the council officer who prepared this memo, it's possible that this is just a typo or a transposition, but we'll
Yeah, so
defer
through
to
you,
admin.
yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm. Currently, the sentence on page 4 reads, "The balance of the general fund reserve at the end of 2023 is projected to be 24.9 million." That 24.9 million should read 20.4 million.
Okay.
Which, on my reading of the amending memo, is, I believe, what is stated there.
Okay. And I think for the pertinency to the report at hand, we can move through and I guess double check through. Thank you for noting that. And if I remember the proper spot I left off, once again, thank you for the correction and the attention. I still need a mover along with the questionable amendment that was just questioned.
And Mr. Chair, I'll confirm that it is 20.4 million is what it should be changed to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarity. Thank you, Ted. Mr. Roy moved the package, and do you have any questions to start?
Oh, sorry, I do have my buzzer on. For this, okay.
Yeah.
And to be sure, through you, Chair, to administration, really what the main difference between the recommended approach and what was asked is that you're looking for flexibility in your end as to how you would allocate those money rather than dedicating them up front to certain funds that may or may not need those funds. Is that the key difference here? You're just looking for flexibility?
Yeah, so, thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. So I would say that yes, the reserve balances is an issue that needs to be dealt with. I think the motion that's been brought forward to the Audit and Finance Committee about looking at investment income earned as a potential funding source to bring those reserves back up to within their guidelines, I think is an area that we should be looking at. I think there are some benefits to using investment income to do that. What we are recommending, though, is that this be considered as part of the 2025 budget, because currently investment income is used as a general funding source. So in 2024, it's used as a general funding source, and what that essentially does is it lowers the overall ask on the tax base to fund the difference in the budget. So if we're going to reallocate some of that, some or all of that investment income to fund the reserve balances, that's now revenue that's no longer available or that has been used historically to help lower the impact on taxes collected, taxes required to be collected. And so for that reason, like any type of reallocation of funding, we typically don't recommend that mid-year. And as a result, we're recommending that that be looked at as part of the 2025 budget. But I think investment income as a potential source to do that is a reasonable revenue source to look at.
So if I understand the math back and forth, then it would be, for example, if we're projecting a potential deficit for this year or next, if you dedicated that money to a reserve, it would go to reserve, but then you'd have to pull it out of the reserve to make up the deficit. Otherwise, it's sitting to, lessen your deficit,
Right.
which could have implications for taxes and the mill rate if it was used that way. Is that correct?
That's correct. Otherwise, it would just be an in and out. Yeah.
Right. And so and through you, Chair, is there anything I'm missing from what council was discussing when they asked for that? Because that seems pretty straightforward, but is there some other aspect we're missing here?
I'll let you go ahead, Mayor.
Well, actually, you should probably go, Jason. It was your motion. I think part of my curiosity is what have the last few years' worth of investment income been budgeted for and what's been received?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I think historically we have been fairly conservative in budgeting what that investment income line is. And that's just in part because you don't quite know can't really predict what the markets are going to be or how interest rates might change. Last year there was a significant variance between what we had budgeted and what came in as actual. So in 2023 we had budgeted $10.5 million in an investment income, and we realized investment income of $21 million. That's realized investment income. You may have heard me talk to council in the past about the fact that we moved to a reasonable kind of investor portfolio where we invested in other types of financial instruments. So in addition to that 21 million realized, which is what is reflected in our operating results, we had unrealized gains as well of 17.5 million, which that's below the line because it's unrealized and hasn't been recognized. But I do want to mention that here just because of the change in our investment practices, and you would not have seen that before.
Thank you for that. Sorry, and so give us 2022, what was budgeted and what was realized?
I'm going to ask Ms. Krulak to follow up on that. That might take us a minute or two.
Thanks, Barry. Like I think there's a hybrid here. Like I honestly think that if we can look at the previous few years, 3 to 5, whenever the investment policy came in, which I think is this term, if I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been in this term. So if we can look at and go, hey, we've been budgeting this, and even if you cap it at 10.5 and simply say what's budgeted is budgeted, the curiosity for me then, if we had 21 million realized in 2023. So, I mean, the question for me is, where did the $10.5 million go? And I know it offset losses, so what else weren't we budgeting correctly for? And again, we've seen some of those categories. I think part of this is that, you know, depending on what your philosophy or your policy that you want to adopt for this, you can set a baseline and say, hey, we can reasonably budget in $9 million. I'm just going to pick a number now because that's not quite 3 mil rate. But we can, if it's baked into the budget already, then bake it into the budget, but the excesses can then be transferred into fund reserves directly at, and then if they're going to be used to offset a deficit at year end, we can actually, part of this just is the transparency and the accountability piece, which is if they're not going into the GFR and they're not going into the asset revitalization, knowing that we have, you know, an asset issue, then should they not be going in? Like, so you can actually track where the funds are being used to offset where we haven't, either we've had extraordinary circumstances or we're not budgeting correctly, right? Like we budgeted in at 10.5 for revenue, but well, I can tell you right now, we were $11 million off easy in terms of what we spent. So where's that $11 million showing up in the budget? So part of it is just a transparency and accountability piece, because at the end of the day, those reserves are, you know, intended for use anyways, at 25% to the GFR and the asset revitalization. The other argument from a philosophical perspective is that we're earning the investment income on tax money that we've collected and put into reserves, for the most part. Have I got that right? So they're sitting in capital reserves. So I know other cities have said, hey, any investment income you earn on reserves goes into those reserves, which then just is less of a drawdown on your tax base, freeing up more money. You do that as well. So this is meant to, it's just, I'm not inclined to deal with it at the 2025, because to me this is a policy issue, not an actual functional issue. And so the purpose of this committee is actually to develop the policy and recommend the philosophy or the policy behind, you know, that how we want to direct this in the future. It's not a budget issue. As much as it plays itself out in the budget, everything plays itself out in the budget. And so, and again, Jason, you can follow up on this, but we knew that there were millions of dollars being used to offset budget shortfalls, but other than the verbal, we're not sure where those shortfalls existed. And so we know there was $1 million in R&M, if we remember, 400,000, we didn't budget fuel appropriately. So really, as we continue to try and adjust our budgeting to hit, if we're tracking every budget line item and who's in control of it, and if they're hitting their mark or if they're missing their mark, we can get our budgeting right on the left-hand column. And on the right-hand column, we've got millions of dollars in reserves, and that's going to go up and down depending on how much, you know, Mr. Doney spends in a given year on his big projects, which is fair enough because those are approved. But that idea, I'm fine even baking a baseline in, but the surpluses then should be allocated into, I mean, I think your preference was the asset revitalization, knowing that we're going to need those funds, as well as the general fund reserve, because then once you have a surplus there, you can actually allocate out to pay down debt, pay down whatever, if you have a build-up and that GFR past its maximum. So it's a little bit of that.
Actually, Ted, I just wanted to add on there for a second. I think that was a really good technical explanation. The lived experience of the current policy through, I think, 9 budgets now is we walk in with a budget ask by administration, and we go to vet the report, and we go through the 5 or 2 or 4% mill rate increase by administration. And in a number of the budgets, just before actual time, all of a sudden we get a little bit of tickle about this investment income coming through. And you know what, we can shave a little bit off the mill rate, and you know, the politicians in the room, we all get happy because we're going to look good for the taxpayers and this money comes through. But at the end of the day, between the 2 formats described, I think by putting it automatically through with or without the checks and balances the mayor described, that would cause an extra vote of council to move the money. That increases transparency on how money is being spent. And with that, that also hopefully holds the politicians in the room accountable for the decisions on how they spent money during the year, because, you know, you can't just backfill the missing with a portion of money that arrives that you really don't know about till 8 to 10 months after the fact. So I think, to me, this speaks back to that transparency of my experiences through budget. I just wanted to provide that insight because of your question. Please go ahead with your next question, though.
Okay, yeah, no, that's good. So I just wanted to get a feel, because it feels like a bit of an in and out, or, you know, if I'm looking from, you know, simply the balance point of view, it really doesn't make a difference if you put the money in reserve and then need to take it out. But if what you're saying is council would feel, you know, more in control if it were allocated to the reserves, the budget is reported on without any of that variance in revenue, and then you can choose to put that revenue back.
Accountable for how the spend comes through instead of an automated system.
If you put it into capital, though, you know, and where the funds, you know, where the interest is being earned from, unless capital's in a surplus, it doesn't come out. Like, we're going to talk about that again a little later, but it wouldn't come out. So that money wouldn't be available to offset, you know, potential mill rate increases or other things, just as long as that's understood as well.
Yeah, it would have to be a manual adjustment, basically, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why 75% I think you had allocated to the asset revitalization reserve, which is, again, I think the last estimate, without all of our assets in, was, in including the transit master plan, was 700 million, 658 million, something like that. So it's not that we can't spend it in the future, but oftentimes there's projects that will invest $20 million in a year in, and do we need to go below a minimum, or can we actually allocate funds, or even do additional projects in a year or in a following year if, you know, we can peg 25 million that's accumulated in asset reserves for the off-ramp off of, you know, Assiniboine Drive onto the ring road. Like, it's not like there's not a list of projects as long as our arms, but it really is. The ins and outs aren't being tracked, number one. Number two, for me, this comes back to a budgeting issue, is if we used up $11 million, $10.5 million outside of budgeted line items, and still we're in a deficit for the year, who spent that money? What had we not accounted for? And it's all accounted for, like, we know it's there somewhere, but it's not being reported in a way that can be, that anybody could just go look up online. And so it's really about trying to create that transparency. And I don't disagree, as long as they're not, if you were going to put them back into capital reserves, which is why that asset revitalization, but that general fund reserve, while it's below its minimum, it needs a solution as well. And so I'm not sure from a policy perspective if you want, like, have that debate, but this isn't a budget issue.
If council's had that debate, then that's okay. It's what, but I think financially, it does put a constraint on you, and it would, you know, require a decision later on if you were to constrain that money up front, right? Just as long as that's understood, yeah.
We've had a lot of discussion with the committee members. Mr. Lacey, do you have any comments on what's been going on this side of the horseshoe for a second? There was a lot said there.
No, so through you, Mr. Chair, I think if I understand the mayor correctly, what's being suggested here is actually an improvement, I think, upon what might currently exist in the bylaw. So the way the bylaw, and it relates specifically to the Asset Revitalization Reserve bylaw. So the way the Asset Revitalization Reserve bylaw reads is that if there is any excess investment income greater than budget, that the city manager has the discretion of allocating that into the Asset Revitalization Reserve. What I think is being proposed here puts additional parameters around that piece, whereby if there is an excess of funds, an investment income greater than what is budgeted, that's not a discretionary piece that has to come back to council. And the bylaw would basically read, unless otherwise directed, it's going to be going into the Asset Revitalization Reserve or the General Fund Reserve, and that's not available for covering off over expenditures elsewhere in the budget, if I've understood that correctly. And so I don't Like, I mean, that in of itself, I don't necessarily have concerns with that approach. I think the piece, sorry, Mayor, if I could,
Yeah.
I think the piece is just the base budget and ensuring that we have an amount in the base budget now, and if we move that around, that potentially creates issues at budget.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that at all, like in terms of, it is there, it is a source of revenue, so, you know, being able to use it. And I think that because it would be a 75-25 split, I don't think to say it's not available is correct. It's just an ask then in order to say, hey, we're going to either go below our GFR. And one of the ways that the GFR can build back its minimum is knowing that 25% of that investment income, so that would have been $2.5 million, for example. But it would have been because we're in a deficit anyways. But the idea being is that you can build up that asset revitalization, which is then, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the asset revitalization reserve is open for exactly that. It's a very broad definition of what that's open for.
Right, but it is a capital reserve, so it's kind of
Correct,
a
yeah,
capital, but
understood.
outside of that, it's pretty
Yeah,
broad, yeah.
and so capital reserves earning interest income, but just setting aside that 25%. And whatever goes into the GFR is, as you know, general fund reserve is completely available for
Correct.
offsets. And then if there's an issue, I mean, that comes through as a request to council anyways, when there's a deficit, correct? Yeah, so
Yes.
it's a little bit, I think, tightening up the parameters around it a little bit so that we can build up an asset revitalization reserve. We can ensure that we're continuing to replenish that GFR. And then if that gets out of control, those funds are always available for asks from administration on special projects or just projects that are in the queue that are presently unfunded.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I see Mr. Humphrey's been patiently waiting. Any comment from administration before I move on? Nope, I see none.
Jason, I just have a question. Are we talking about reinstating the 75-25% allocation of reserve investment back to the GFR? And like, that's not the recommendation of this AFC 2410. The recommendation of this motion is that the administration forward us a long-term strategy to provide ongoing stable funding for the GFR and ARR. Are we telling the administration that as part of that, we want them to assign
Correct.
investment income on the reserves back?
Correct. So
As part of the
this-
motion of council?
Yeah, so as part of this, we're coming back with the advice or to go forward to council that any monies we gain from investment income would go back to replenishing the two reserves stated at that 75-25 split, and
Okay.
that would become the change in policy. The recommendation is for us to basically investigate this and debate and come up with a strategy to recommend.
It was referred from budget.
Yeah.
Right. And that is one of the options in this. Like, one of the options that they have here, option one, is the 75-25 split.
Correct.
Yeah.
But that's not their recommendation.
No, from the
So
way
are
we're-
we going to make an adjusting motion?
That if
To that effect?
we come up to the
Yeah.
point where we think that that's the smarter way that we would prefer to give our recommendation, then we would make an amendment to move option one as the recommendation to go forth to council. And then,
Right.
depending on the vote, that would be the policy that goes forth for council on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee.
Right. The other question I had through you, Jason, is we received $10 million in investment income from the reserves, or we budgeted $10 million of investment income from the reserves, but we realized $21 million.
Correct. We had
Just on investment reserves.
Yeah, so on the monies we hold in reserves,
Yeah.
the monies that's not touched for long-term goes into an investment strategy.
Right.
Administration updated that investment strategy about a year ago.
Right.
It's realized a greater return than it used to
Right.
because of a better strategy.
Right.
And Mr. Lacy has a comment that he'd like to make. and
Oh, sure.
He's better informed than me, so I'll let him pick up.
So, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So the numbers I quoted you on the budget for '23 of 10.5 million budget and realized investment income of 21 million, that's realized investment income on all of our
Well, that's all of it, not the reserve.
Not just the reserve. And we actually don't segregate the reserve portion out, but we have an idea what it is because we know what our reserves are.
Yeah, 'cause you-
So it's the overall investment portfolio. And sorry, if I just could, because I know the mayor asked, what about the previous year? And so the budget was 9.3 million in the previous year, and the actual was 13.4 million. And we wouldn't have had any unrealized in that year because we had not moved to our new investment approach at that point in time.
Any further questions, Mr. Humphries?
I just have one other question. On the 17.5 million unrealized, how do we realize that? How is that realized?
So thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair. So about a year and a half ago, prior to a year and a half ago, we just basically invested in short-term investments.
Right.
Very conservative investment approach. And so basically, you're investing in short-term GIC, short-term bonds, and that generates interest, and so it's all realized. With the new approach that we took a year and a half ago, we diversified our investment portfolio, and that included investing in equities, investing in other types of financial instruments like real estate. And so what will happen is that if you invest in equities or stocks will increase over time or decrease. Hopefully they increase. And you don't realize that increase or that decrease until you actually cash in that stock.
I got it.
And
I
so
understand.
basically what that's saying is that we've had an increase in our investments by another 10 or so million dollars, but we haven't cashed it in yet, so we can't recognize it as investment income.
Excellent explanation, thank you.
Through you, Jason. The problem I see is that the administration doesn't recommend the option of going 75-25. If I'm correct in reading the...
Yeah, in Mr. Lacy's initial
Yeah.
comments, he kind of mentioned something administration would investigate, but they're always shy to make a policy change mid-budget, and it was kind of spoken to administration as part of a budget matter.
Right.
Once again, at committee, coming through a budget, that's why it's a little bit more pertinent. It was referred back to committee from council because not all think in the same line.
Okay. Okay, so we are going to make an adjustment to this
We are,
this
but I still have a
recommendation.
couple more
Yeah.
speakers left, so, yeah.
Okay.
If you have no more questions, I'd like to move on to Lynn right now. Is that okay? Thank you. Please go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, thank you. I like the way the direction is going, but I just wanted to clarify, because what I'm hearing is two different conversations. And so what the mayor was speaking about is that you bake in the amount in the budget, and then it's actually the amount that is over what's budgeted is that we would then split for the 25-75%. So that was just a clarification I wanted to ask.
I believe the mayor was looking at a lower number to have a base minimum set for the allocation and augmenting off that, but I'll let her speak for herself because she expressed the idea.
Thank you to the chair. Thanks, Lynn, for the question. Yeah, I think since administration have baked into the 2024 budget the 10.5 million, I think that is the base. Because that it means that's revenue that they're counting on that they haven't attached a mill rate increase to. And I'm assuming that you're pretty confident that 10.5 is an achievable number, Mr. Lacy. Yeah, I got a nod there. And so the idea that if you bake in the 10.5 as a base going into general revenue to offset increases in the mill rate, that the excesses over that would split 75-25 with the idea, and I think what you heard Mr. Lacy say is this isn't all just reserve funding, which is why you wouldn't all just attach the investment income into the asset revitalization. There's a portion of it that is cash on hand. Is that fair, or other?
And capital carry forward.
And capital
from
carry
previously
forward.
approved.
And so to replenish the general fund reserve to the tune of 25%. And I think to Mr. Lacy's point about in the budget, it's not so much the budget unless I guess it's attached right now because I know you're in budget process. But when you're doing your annual return or you're understanding by year end where the realized net benefit is, the realized net above what's baked in, there is some piece of it that you're building into the next budget. But this is just, I think, something that annually through the budget process, you might set the policy and say, this is what it means this year. Here's where we're going to need the funding, because you're going to do that anyway. So in essence, if you set the policy such that there is replenishment into asset revitalization in the GFR, you're going to end up using GFR for deficit in those years it's required, for projects as required, because they're going to know kind of what that bump is sitting there. And it's a policy in my mind that should get reviewed every 2 years through the budget process, as much as it's used every year in the budget process. But in a multi-year budget, after the second year, like this year, we're setting another multi-year, another 2-year budget. I think every 2 years, you're going to look at it and go, is this making sense? Is it working? How much excess do we have? Et cetera, et cetera. The concern being that if the reserves are put in place, and right now, what's the balance of our reserves? 300 plus million?
Sorry, of our reserves?
All of our reserves, including utility, right? All of our balance of reserves is 300 plus million?
I believe the net amount's about 140 million, Mayor.
122 is sitting in general utility alone.
And then we have a number of
Drawdown.
reserves that are negative balance,
Got
which
it.
nets out.
Oh, right, I forget about SEF, sorry. Forgot about that one. But if you're looking at that in terms of taxpayer today versus taxpayer in the future, just wanting to make sure we're offsetting that in a reasonable fashion.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think the advantage here is that we're finding a compromise between what administration is recommending and an interest in having more transparency. So I think there's a good balance in taking this anything that's over what's set in the budget.
Appreciate the comments, Lynn. And Mr. Borora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. To be sure, and I just want to make one clarification on the policy, is the interest earned on all reserves, including utility and other fee-based funds that have balances in them? Like the interest that total interest earned, is it all?
Yes, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the question is all interest earned on reserves going to the general pot, so to speak?
Yeah.
And that is true with one exception, and that is the stadium reserve, where interest earned on any positive balance in the stadium reserve goes to the stadium reserve. But all other interest earned relating to reserve balances goes to what I call general revenues.
Okay, and I just, as a point, and through you, Mr. Chair, back to council, just as long as you're aware that, if you're taking interest that's earned off of these fee-funded reserves and using it for these other pots, just be aware that that's, part of the policy.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any issue at all in taking, because currently that interest is earned and used for general revenue. So there's no, ownership by those funds to that interest earned on the reserves and balance.
You're kind of hesitant because the fee charge reserves and spending fee-based money.
Yeah.
I get you.
And I don't think the interest earned, like, we're already there,
Yeah,
because we
we're not
don't
spending
use
the
that
fees, we're
money
just using
for.
the interest, I get you.
Yeah, for that. I just want to in my head, I just wanted to be really clear that, put that out there, we're okay with that, and that's not, because we're currently using that interest to fund general funds currently, like that we're not dedicating any interest earned on the utility fund back to the utility fund. So it's not a change in policy that way, so just
Correct.
to be 100% clear and transparent with council, yeah.
Thanks, Ted.
Okay.
I have my own question here. Mr. Lacey just triggered. The stadium reserve interest taken goes back into the stadium reserve, and that was set up that way because the asset management demanded by the stadium going forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't around when it was set up, so I'm speculating here. I think there's probably two reasons. You might recall initially we took on debt, and we took on more debt than we actually required for the projects. We knew it would take a while to build up the tax base to pay the principal and interest. So there was about $25 or $30 million that was brought in when we took on the debt for the stadium that kind of sat there for a number of years to fund principal and interest payments until we could get enough funding through the 0.45% mill rate increase we had. And so I think it was really important for the administration and council of the day to make sure that that 25-30 million was earning interest and going into the stadium and paying for the debt. And then I think that would have been the primary reason, and obviously the secondary reason is to ensure that over the 30 years of that model, that the model breaks even, and so if you have interest being earned there, that it helps that model break even. I'm speculating, though, it was likely because of that upfront 30 million in cash that was not needed for 5 or 6 years, and so they wanted that interest to go back into the stadium reserve.
I don't believe you're speculating. Those 0.45 mill rate increases are burnt in my mind. I remember having to agree to them, not wanting to. And the asset management behind it was a really big point on the opening of that stadium to maintain it forward, especially with all the talk of P3s at the time. Thanks, Mr. Lacey. Mr. Humphries, you have another question.
Just wonder what impact, or if we're going to build into our amended motion, the May 9th motion to City Council, MN 24-5, is going to have in this discussion. Because that motion deals with how to handle reserves. And it's somewhat contrary, I think, to what we've discussed here today. Those specific percentages are definitely not in that motion.
I believe that motion deals more with reserve over their balances and the balancing of the reserves. What we're speaking of right now is actually a funding mechanism for reserves. So they both deal with reserves and building that to an overage position, but I believe the other motion you speak of steps in when it's in that overage position, whereas this one's replenishment. I think. I don't know, Mayor Masters might know better than me, she made the motion, but from the way I read it, it's to bring the GFR and ARR and other reserves back to their minimum balances. Correct.
Yeah.
And the mechanism in that motion is by using the reserve amounts that are over and above their maximum recommendations.
Right.
Whereas this comes back to investment income replenishing a reserve from throughout the year.
Right,
So-
which I find to be contradictory at this point.
Okay.
Because the way I read motion MN 24-5 is that you're going to use the reserves to replenish. Like, for example, you're going to take the fleet maintenance surplus and put it into the GFR to meet its minimum before anything else is done, based on that, the way I read that motion. But now you're talking about using investment income to add to the GFR and to the AR. Am I right there? Or can we combine the two, or?
Oh, I think when this came forward at budget, so if you leave investment income, it's an income stream that happens because we have millions of dollars in investment. So that investment income, Mr. Lacey is correct. It's a policy change really directing how that investment income can be used.
Right.
And so right now, I think to Lynn's point, the accommodation is, look, we know we're going to make investment income. I think that's a reasonable expectation. This particular year, it's 10.5. So set that as the base mark, 10.5 million. The balance of anything earned beyond that, and I think the numbers that we got were, last year was 10.5 million in excess. The year before that looks to be about 4.1 million in excess. We're just suggesting that that goes into asset revitalization reserve as a funding source, because asset revitalization is kind of special, and then 25% into the GFR. At any point in time, council can direct where the GFR money goes if that surplus fits up too high. But more to the point, if you're doing a multi-year budget and you've got 2 years in the queue, he's going to plan out, Mr. Lacey is going to plan out for 25 and 26, he's going to put in 10.5 on investment income. We'll know at year end what that actually was, to know we're either pegging that number too low or we've got a funding source for other projects, really is what that means, or an offset to that year's tax increase. That's what you're going to know in any given year, but you're not going to know it until you realize as income. And so the income is, on the one hand, stable, you know you're going to make something, but you're not sure what you're going to exceed it in. And so that's just a replenishment thing.
Right.
My motion as it relates is specific to reserve surpluses. And so how a number, and I'm not talking about the utilities, because those are
Yeah.
to your point, Ted, they're
Yeah.
user fee based.
Right.
And I know you have opinions on that too. But if we go to, if we go to the reserve, we end up in an imbalance amongst our reserve because of the way we're funding them. And that's neither good nor bad. It's just that we have a minimum and maximum set, and these last ones were set in 2018. The original reserve fund policy is created out of 2011 policy. 2018, it was changed. Previous council changed it. I'm not sure they realized this particular change that they did, but in the original, it said that, hey, if you go past your maximum, you have to transfer it. They identified, the administration in 2018 identified the utility reserve as being a little special given the volume of investment we need in water and wastewater. And they said, you got 3 years to use it. So it's interesting that the utility reserve, which is user fee based, they pegged 3 years on, but there was no policy as it related to how long you could hold a surplus past your maximums in the others.
Right.
So it doesn't exist. And
Right.
so my argument would be that we have baked into the system, based upon modeling, and that modeling is as good as any other modeling, we have baked into the system, into the mill rate, what we're collecting and putting into some of our capital reserves, not utility, but capital reserves. And it would appear as though we're either not spending the money in a given year, or we're just overbuilding up those reserves. And so in any given year, those surpluses should be looked at. And when you have 3 and 4 years in a row, which is, we know we're past our maximum, but just leave it there, we're going to spend it, would seem to me that we're overtaxing today for what an asset that's going to be experienced by future taxpayers.
Right.
So that's the balance. So there is a fundamental difference between what's baked into the system to build up our capital reserves, which is absolutely necessary. And frankly, I think the min-maximums probably should have changed. Or there should have been a plan put before council to deal with the maximum so that it didn't look like we were just collecting surplus.
Right.
So they are different in my mind.
Yeah.
But the principles behind reserve funds, investment policies, and how you fund asset revitalization and general fund reserve, you're right. We're talking about 2 significant reserves.
Right. Okay. That's good, Lisa.
Please go ahead, Ted.
Okay, just one more, just clarification question, and then I'm going to ask admin if they're, so, because we're coming really close, I think, to a motion here. What year are we talking about? Like, would we ask administration, this policy would begin in '25, like in the next budget year, they would begin to have that base budget and then enact the policy of anything in that year would be split that way, or are we asking them to do it this year?
I think that it could go either way.
Yeah.
We could ask the change right now, and it would start to come into process. It'd be a couple months out by the time they get the necessary bylaws, time in front of council, the votes, the whole piece coming together. And usually budgets come in the fourth quarter, at the start of the first quarter anyway. So I think that we might be talking within a month or 2 of the same language at the end of the day.
It just, it may make a difference as to what admin needs to do for this year to do some juggling, with any surplus money. And then my last question through you, Chair, to the admin. So you getting a feeling we're coming to a recommendation here from the committee favoring the split. Any last concerns with that, Barry? Like, if council is willing to, it understands that it's putting a constraint on itself, and it understands that that's what it's doing. Any further concerns with that, or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think I have any further concerns around the piece. As I understand it, I'm going to use last year as an example. We had a budget of 10.5 million. We realized 21 million, so I'm just going to round it, budget of 21 million, 10 million surplus from budget. Under this new bylaw, 75% of that, or 7.5 million, would go to the asset revitalization reserve automatically, and 2.5 million would go to the general fund reserve. So on the face of it, I don't have any specific concerns. I will acknowledge that in the past, that has provided some room, as has been discussed here with respect when there is over expenditures, how do you absorb those over expenditures? Likely could potentially put additional pressure on 2024. I would just note that ultimately, council can always decide if it has a deficit and wants to move part of that 10 million surplus to fund the deficit, it can access those reserves or determine another course of action through a council motion. So I think council ultimately has the flexibility at the end of the day. What this does is it just provides a more specific set of rules on what happens up front with respect to actual investment income that exceeds budget. And it automatically goes into reserves unless council wishes to make another decision in year.
Through Chair Tindman, any issues with the year that this is targeted to be enacted in? Would you start this in 25? What happens if you need to, like, I would worry that doing it in 24 puts a constraint on you that you're not expecting, like that's a surprise. And
Well, so through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, I think, as I've mentioned previously, investment income surpluses, particularly in the last couple of years, last 2 years, because we've had no transfers to reserve, to the asset revitalization reserve, which the bylaw already allows, because of using those funds for over expenditure. So, I mean, I'll be honest, does it cause me some concern? I would say instead, as I think there is a risk that at the end of this year, we'll have to have a conversation with council about potentially not all of those, all of that investment income that's above budget go to those two reserves. We may need to have a conversation with council if the budget is projected to be, if it's projected to be in a deficit position, we'll have to have a conversation about how that deficit is going to be funded. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that conversation's going to have to happen one way or the other. So I appreciate the sensitivity that you brought, because I do think it is a true sensitivity. And I guess that would be my flag for council, is that obviously that might be where we're at the end of this fiscal year. But that can also be a bridge to be crossed at the end of the fiscal year too.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Barry, for the comments. And thank you, Ted, actually, to try to dig down into this. So my question then in follow-up to Ted's is, we put $10.5 million in the budget, which is 1.2 million higher than we did in 2022. What should the number have been to cause no concern? Meaning that you don't need to use the investment income to balance the budget, other than what's been budgeted.
Yeah, and also through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, I'm answering off the top of my head here, and, the reality is I think our budgets have tightened up significantly, and I think that's just demonstrated by what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, very small surpluses or small deficits. And so I think that this just that I think it's just a recognition of where we're at, and the fact that we very well could have a deficit that we will have to have a conversation about where it's funded from, and that might be revisiting, either going to the general fund reserve because you put 25% of your excess investment income in there, or looking at another allocation of that investment income as a separate one-off decision. So I'm just flagging it as a risk, Mayor, just because of the fact that we've run very tight budgets the last 3 years, and as you have noted, there has been some one-time emergency expenditures, winter road maintenance program that's beyond the city's control, emergency shelter funding that was not in the budget but was really a thing that I think everyone felt was necessary, that those were funds not in the budget. So if we see things like that happen again this year, there is an increased risk that you're going to see a projected deficit that we'll need to look for how that will be funded. And previously administration had a little bit more flexibility because, typically we invested conservatively in investment income. What this does is brings that decision more directly to the council table. All I'm saying is you very well might have that decision to make at the end of this year.
And I appreciate that. I fully expect it. Fully expect it. I think the issue is this for me, and I'm not suggesting, no disrespect intended, Councillor Mancinelli, but is 75-25 the right mix then?
So,
Like, it's a bit of a,
Yeah,
right?
that is a great question to you, Mr. Chair. And so I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer, but my reflection would be the general fund reserve provides you the most flexibility as council, both as a capital expenditure or as an operating expenditure. So you can use the general fund reserve for items that typically you'd be looking for your asset revitalization reserve to do, whereas your asset revitalization reserve is a little bit more restricted, only on capital projects, unless council makes a specific decision to do something different with that. But that typically doesn't happen. Usually capital asset reserves are used for capital asset items. So if you were to, you asked, I guess, I would suggest perhaps a little bit less going to the asset revitalization reserve and a little bit more going to the general fund reserve.
50-50?
And so I would tend to go maybe closer to 50-50. And I think just knowing where the general fund reserve is currently sitting, that, under the scenario I've indicated, last year with 2.5, you'd be allocating of that surplus. 2.5 and where that reserve sits right now isn't a lot. And so I would be more in the 50-50 camp.
I appreciate that. So I'm going to flip to the budgeting side of things, because I agree. I think the budgeting has tightened up. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was last summer when we did the mid-year review, when some of the overages were highlighted, that were written out. I'm fairly certain, and if I pull up the report, I'm pretty sure I'll find it, is that it says, however, to offset some of these over expenditures in these areas, we have additional revenue coming in through the investment income stream. So we know mid-year, do we know quarterly, where we're sitting on investment income?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we do know quarterly. We at least know the realized number, and we also know the unrealized number. I would say with respect to investment income, though, when you're early in the year, there's a lot of uncertainty. And as you get closer to year end, you have more certainty. And that is just really just a reflection of how interest rates can change and where the market sits with respect to gains and losses. So yes, we kind of estimate where we're at, but I would say the certainty of what that number looks like grows as we get closer to year end.
Right, but last year mid-year, we did know the number was $5 million. It was in the report.
Last year, we would have been projecting a surplus, an increase in overall investment income. And we had a higher comfort level then too, because interest rates, we knew, were quite a bit higher than what they were when we established the budget. And interest rates on short-term investments is a pretty, you have a high degree of confidence on short-term investments. And so that mid-year number would have been largely driven by what we saw in interest rate increases compared to what we budgeted.
Okay, I appreciate that. It was more that we had a general sense, kind of mid-year, that we were going to have an offsetting surplus essentially at that particular point in time, reasonably expected at $5 million.
So that is correct, Mayor Masters, as even as early as mid-year, we were forecasting a positive variance in investment income, which was going to partially offset a negative variance on the expenditure side.
Okay, so my question is this. When we finished the year at $10 million in excess of what had been budgeted, right? What shortfalls did that $10 million, which departments did that $10 million cover? Because I already know where the $5 million of it covered, now I had an extra $5 million.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Masters, so we wouldn't specifically have allocated that. As I mentioned before, investment income goes into general revenues, And I would say, as a broad explanation, it went into things like the winter road maintenance program overage and how that was covered, went into some of the fuel cost overages and how that was covered, and some of the emergency shelter pieces where we did not have full budget for that, how we covered those things. But to specifically allocate is something that we have not historically done, and we certainly didn't do last year. Although I know come our June 20th meeting, we'll be here talking about future budgets, and one of the things that we're considering is allocating revenue out against specific expenditures. And so I think there might be more transparency or direct correlation between where that investment income as well as other income is being allocated.
Yeah, and more to the point, I think, drilling down into the budget line items, if it is, generally speaking, it's general revenue, so anytime we have a shortfall, we pile them up together, compare them to the GFR and say, hey, we need $2.7 million to take care of an overall deficit. But what we hear today is that in one line item, in investment income revenue, we were over budget by $10.5 million, which then would mean we were under budget or over, basically we hadn't budgeted correctly on some of our expense items, or we had overages. And so at mid-year, the things you listed off were itemized and covered off in a paragraph.
Correct.
And so we ended up with another $5 million. So I think, to my perspective, and where I hope we get to on the budget, and I don't expect fully to get there this year, but maybe over the next couple years, is that when we're looking at performance management and we're looking at who is allocated dollars to spend and how are they being spent, and then, because it's a twofold question, is it a performance issue, or are we under budgeting on a habitual basis for a department or a line item that just simply needs more budgeting? And so when because as an oversight governance body, when we're being asked to increase a mill rate in order to deal with, just pick wages and salaries, increases in costs, whatever they are, or additional programs, I think we're more than prepared to do that, but not when we can't see, are we actually appropriately budgeting for other line items in a way that's effective for the consistency of those particular departments, if that makes sense.
So through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, that makes sense to me, and I think there's opportunity, and I know we'll be talking about that a little bit further in the agenda here. There's opportunity to talk about, forecasting and how we can improve upon that. And I know that's just with respect to format, but I think there's an opportunity to have a discussion about process too, particularly when you see over and under expenditures.
Yeah, and I guess, I think, Ted, a little bit to your point, is that I don't want this isolated as just a policy related to a revenue stream. It really is, in my mind, tied back to budgeting and just trying to make sure we're getting our budgeting right, and that when we're dealing with extraordinary items, they truly are extraordinary, and having a catch-all for that. To your point, Mr. Lacey, I'm fine at a 50-50. I think the mover who referred it from budget might have to do that, but I don't disagree, the flexibility involved in the GFR. But really trying to account for that transparency. Hey, we have this additional income, we want to further reinvest it, because it all has to be paid for at some particular point in time. You can turn this mic on.
Okay. For, on the expenditure variance, if it were me, I would try and keep my revenue over here and just look at the expenditure side and say, okay, what were you budgeted? And where did you end up, and what happened? And not mix the revenue into offsetting anything or
Don't disagree.
anything. So, if you're looking to offset specific revenues into expenditure lines and have them all net, it's going to be more confusing to figure out what you did. I like the gross budgeting practice of just, so tell me about expenditures.
I don't disagree right now.
Right.
This investment income right now is going into general revenue, which is then being used to offset I don't know what, right? Like, it is being used to offset at year-end settlement in terms of the revenue versus expenditures, but we're not seeing the expenditure line items that are specifically going over as it relates to department management, right?
So your issue there may be on the transparency of the expense side.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's also then,
Right.
what's a sound policy for investment revenue? What's a sound policy for it? I don't know.
And this is, I think we're really close to a motion here.
I think so, too.
And I don't know if somebody wants to craft one.
I think
Before
we'll
we get
maybe-
to the motion, I just want to understand the recommendation that's on the table, because it's got a couple things in there I'm not sure I understand. How do you want to deal with that, Mr. Chair?
Actually, if I could just give Mr. Nichol a mic for a second, I
Okay.
think he's got a little bit of language for a motion, and then we can work off of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the indulgence of the committee, the council officer and I have drafted what we think we've been hearing today, if that matches the discussion, just to facilitate an understanding here. The question here would be two questions that you'd have to ask. What date are you looking for in terms of an implementation or effective date? And then I would also want to defer to the solicitor to make sure that this wording is clear enough, because we would have to be moving changes to the bylaw. And so we need to be clear on the instructions.
Sorry, I was already gonna miss that.
So I think it's point one was really what you've been discussing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you need to put into the 2025, 2026
Yeah.
multi-year budget.
There needs to
right?
be
Like,
some.
You want to do this for the next,
I don't know that you need a specific number, like earned exceeds 10.5, because that will change from budget to budget. I would just say budgeted amount.
I think we talked about a base in there, though, because they have a base amount they had been
It is a base.
budgeting with.
Then that would be flexible to change every year, every time they brought budget, though.
Okay.
Right?
Mr. Lacy.
let Mr. Lacy speak.
So the only question I have is just point number one, where you've set it at 10.5 million, and that is the budget for 2024, but a bylaw is intended to, hopefully it can stay stable for a number of years. And so what that does is that would restrict the investment income line at 10.5 million forever, right, or until you change the bylaw again. And I'm wondering, and I'm just asking, if it would make more sense to approve the allocation of all reserve portion of investment income earned that exceeds the budget for the year.
And that way, any year works. Yeah.
Right. And so we know for this year it's 10.5. Council, when the 2025 budget's approved, will have a say on what that number is in 2025. Maybe it's 10.5 again, or it could be a different number depending on,
11.4,
Right.
what have you,
Does that make sense?
For the 2025, 2026 multi-year budget.
and I just might ask if our legal, of our city, a representative from our city solicitor's office has any additional comment on that motion.
And is it just the reserve portion of investment income, or is it all investment income?
The reserve balances in the portfolio.
So, sorry, so that would change to, that's intended to be all investment income, I just take out from reserve balances?
Yeah, that line, you're right, you can go up one, and over, and there. Reserve portion of investment income. I'm not understanding that part of it. Exceeds the budget.
Let me see.
Held within-
Yeah, it's option one that's in the report, so if you just take out the reserve portion.
Sandra? I have a phone call coming from my work, other job for a second. Can you go to the chair for a moment?
Investment income earned that exceeds the budget.
Somebody's car broke down. Sorry, she took the language from the report itself. So, just of investment income, that's what it should be.
Because we have reading already in that asset revitalization reserve, that kind of.
So I think that comes out.
Yeah, no, I know you copied their report, but, yeah. Approve allocation of investment income earned that exceeds the budget for the year held within the investment portfolio to the GFR at 50% and ARR
Yeah,
at
I
50%.
think it's,
Does that make sense? Is that good?
yeah, I think it's okay. I think some of the details, like the way we've got them, we each have their own provisions for like the general fund and then the asset revitalization. But I think I know the general idea, so I think we probably have enough here for instructions.
But have we made a decision about, through you, Mr. Chair, have we made a decision about the year? Like I'm thinking about transparency. Is there any reason not to start for this budget year?
That's a good question. Ms. Gallagher, Mr. Lacy, go ahead.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, I just go back to my earlier comments. Obviously, we do it in 2025, 2026, provides more flexibility, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we'll be back here with a conversation. If you make it the 2024 year, we'll be back here at the end of the day, back to Ms. Gallander's transparency argument. So if you want to make it 2024, I don't have any, effective 2024, I think is what I would say. I don't have any problems with that. I guess it's the 24 budget is what we could say, or 24 year, I'm not sure what would be the, I think we get the gist of it, that it'd be effective in 2024.
Please go ahead. Your mic's on.
Okay, yeah, I was just thinking, so if you're wanting it to come into effect like right now, I think we would just have it come into effect as soon as it's passed. I don't, am I missing something with that?
Upon passage of the bylaw?
Yeah, like that's what we normally do if they want something, the council wants something right away, it's just, if that's what you're
Yeah,
thinking.
that works.
Lynn, are you good with that?
That makes the most sense to me. And then, you know, I think administration can start planning for that right away.
Thanks. No. Hang on a second. Is it just a clerk thing? Mr. Clerk, could you please explain?
Typically what happens is that a number of items, this one came from a referral in the budget. And so once they are dealt with here, they've all been assigned a bring forward number. And so what number 3 is saying is, once council deals with it and passes it, take this off the outstanding items list. We don't have to deal with it anymore. Admin has come back with its requested report.
Okay. And just for me, I don't, because I'm reading it, I'm going back through past items thinking, what the heck am I
That's all.
missing here? Like, in the future, would you just say, hey, in order to remove, is there a preface that you could put out a recommendation like that so that I'm not struggling reading the package? Tell me no.
Well,
I could just ask.
What I want to... Yeah, what I want to really say is when you see something like that says remove something from the outstanding items list, it is signaling that the recommendation before you is addressing something that came from committee or council.
I will learn the language of city speak soon.
Thank you, Ted. So, Mr. Chair, with respect.
Please go ahead, Mr. Humphries.
Thanks, Jason. Just before we vote, the administration identified that if we did this split between the AAR and GFR, they were projecting a 2.3, it would result in a 2.3 mill rate increase. Does this motion still, would they still say that that 2.3% mill rate increase would be likely?
Mr. Berry will comment, but I believe that was in entirety. Please
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
to you, Mr. Chair, that should not be an issue as noted in the report because this is excess revenue above budget. The concern related to reallocating money that's already allocated in the budget.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. And I did notice Lynn had her hand up when we were talking earlier, and I never got to her. Do you have anything to add, Lynn?
No, I think I interjected because I had the concern through you, Mr. Chair, that we keep on the policy discussion was around both transparency and how best to utilize those excess resources. So I think it's been covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Masters, I see you're late now.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to go back to Mr. Lacy for a second. Mr. Lacy, as it relates to the 2024 change to be effective, sitting at 10.5 million, notwithstanding GFR balances of reserves, based on budget year-to-date, we don't get quarterly statements, but do you have a sense for quarterly where we're at? Because it would be 44 days past March 31st when we would have a quarterly understanding of variance forecasted for year end.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I think you're referring to what we're forecasting for the first quarter deficit, or not deficit, surplus, first quarter? I don't want to presume it's a deficit.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Let's hope not.
I
Let's hope
appreciate
not.
that.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll be honest, I have not had a chance to, I know we're right in the process of the analysis of that, and I'm uncomfortable stating publicly where we're at. I just haven't had a chance to review it and be comfortable with that analysis.
Okay. As it relates to the motion as it's written, and I suspect the recommendation that's on the floor will be removed and this will be replaced with it, do you have any major concerns? Keeping in mind if budgets were within plus or minus 0.01%, are there any concerns with this as it relates to investment income, providing you can budget in an amount?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have any concerns with this piece. And I think when we bring forward the quarterly forecast, if there's concerns that need to be talked about, we can talk about it then.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. And I think we're all caught up. Ted, did you move that? No, I had a mover already. I guess it must have been Mr. Humphries that moved it. Yeah. Oh, Ted, yeah, I need you to remove your, withdraw your original motion, and if you're akin, please move what's on the screen.
I would like to withdraw my initial motion and move what we've discussed on the screen.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any further debate, so I guess I will, yeah, no hands went up. I'll call the question.
Ted Warrowa,
Agreed?
Rob Humphreys,
Yeah, in favor?
Mayor Masters,
Favor?
Lynn Gallagher,
In favor.
Councillor Moll,
In favor.
and Councillor Martinelli.
I'll make it unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we'll now consider item AFC 24-11, quarterly financial statements preparation. I'll ask Mr. Nicol to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Lacy. This was one of the items that was tabled from a previous meeting.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this item is back in front of Audit and Finance Committee. Really is an opportunity to have a discussion to make sure that what we bring forward is, as far as future quarterly forecast reports, is meeting Council's expectation. My understanding, this was a subject of discussion back in April or February. And at that point in time, the Winnipeg quarterly forecast was suggested as a good model to follow. And I believe the committee just ran out of time to finish that conversation. And so we're back here today to complete that conversation. I can make a few comments. I know the Winnipeg forecast statements, quarterly statements, is shown in Appendix A, and we've had an opportunity to review them. I would say that I think they are a pretty simple and straightforward format that we as administration would support in bringing forward as far as future quarterly forecast information. And currently, as we're developing the first quarter forecast for you, that'll be at the June 20th Audit and Finance Committee meeting. Right now, we are working to reflect what you see in Appendix A. I would just make a couple of comments because I do want to make sure we're on the same page and there's no surprises when we bring back that first quarter forecast, although I think there's always an opportunity for the committee to provide comment and perspective on additional changes they want to see. So if you could bear with me, maybe I'll just walk through Appendix A very quickly, the Winnipeg format. So Schedule 1, Mr. Wara kind of spoke to it. This is kind of gross revenues and gross expenditures and showing them very much like what you see as an income statement. And so we're supportive of this. The budget does break out our revenues by object code, which is what is really shown here, as well as expenses. I would just make one note. I think it's administration's intent to bring forward a Schedule 1, both for the general fund and then a separate one for the utility fund. We really only have 2 funds. When I look at Winnipeg's example here, it looks like they have 6 funds, but their reporting is only focused on the general revenue fund, and I'll speak to that a little bit more when we get to, I think it's Schedule 3. So we're proposing that we'll do this both for the general fund and the utility fund, Schedule 1. Schedule 2 is really the variance explanations. I find Schedule 2 just kind of interesting because it's the variance explanations actually for Schedule 4, which is just a different kind of cut of Schedule 1. And what you have here is you have the revenues and expenses in Schedule 4 matching up with their various departments. And this is similar to what we provided you in the previous year, but much more clean. From a clean perspective. I think it's much cleaner than what we provided you in the past. So I would see us providing you a Schedule 4 as well, which is just a different cut of the revenues and expenses by department, both for the utility and the general fund, and then with the variance explanation very similar to what you see Winnipeg do in Schedule 2. With respect to Schedule 3, I'm not proposing that we would bring something like a Schedule 3. This is where they have there's 6 different funds. And so they have the general fund there, which is the exact same numbers, but summarized from what you see in the other schedules. And then they have other funds, which are just showing at a very high level. Given we have 2, I think it's just much cleaner for us to give you statements on both our 2 funds. I do have a question of the committee with respect to Schedule 5, and I would propose that we would not have something similar to Schedule 5, given property taxes are basically the only tax that we collect. When I look at this for Winnipeg, it appears that they do collect business taxes. They appear to have a street renewal frontage levy, and they have an entertainment tax as well. I'm not sure what their gas tax is and their electric tax, but I would be open to a committee. I'd be interested in committee perspective on that piece. I just don't know if that adds any value in our financial reporting, given we essentially have property taxes as our primary taxation base. And then maybe I'll leave that for you guys to think about and comment on. And then just with respect to Schedule 6. That appears to be one of their reserves, which is their financial stabilization reserve. I think the closest thing that we have there is the general fund and utility fund reserves, which is something that we could look at doing for those our two biggest reserves. So I think my question is really around Schedule 5, the need for that, and my question is around Schedule 3, and I'm proposing that those 2 schedules, we would not have something similar, but on the rest it would mirror the Winnipeg example.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I guess first of all, I need a motion to receive and file this report, to put it on the floor, and any questions that come from that. Lynn, I hope you're my mover, and please go ahead.
Yes, I'll move. And can I start with questions through you, Mr. Chair?
Please do.
Well, just my first one is, I have to say, I really like the Winnipeg example because of the clarity as Barry's pointed out. But I note on some of the other boards I'm in, and this is to the Schedule 4 and Schedule 2, whereas I've seen in the Schedule 4, they would actually put a number, so to track the notes, so the number would be on Schedule 4, and then you would see it in Schedule, what they've used as Schedule 2 as the notes. Would that be a possibility to keep that linkage? So I know when I go into financial statements, I like to read the notes first, and then go in and look at the actual spreadsheets.
So just for clarification, so through you, Mr. Chair, keep the notes first before you get to the actual detailed schedule. And I believe I heard you as well, ensure there's a clear reference between the variances in the schedule and the note.
Right, because I think one thing that the City of Regina does now is on your spreadsheets, you've got the notes onto the side.
Yeah.
And so there's value in having them connected there. And I think what I've seen on other not-for-profits that I've worked on, whereas they keep the notes with the spreadsheet, so it would be in Schedule 4, and then you can directly reference it back. It just, to me, that just adds some simplicity and clarity there.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so I just want to ensure I understand. Are you suggesting that the Schedule 4 include the variance explanations right on the Schedule 4 as opposed to a separate schedule?
I think maybe what she's saying is
Yeah.
like for fire and paramedic services,
Yeah.
if there was like a 2 beside that where it started out and a 2 on Schedule 4 to align, so you could draw the 2 together instead of having to analyze the verbiage and figure out which program that correlates to. Is that correct, Lynn? Did I understand you right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You got it exactly right.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would agree that would be an improvement on Winnipeg's,
Great, perfect. Thank you very much.
and we'd be prepared to do that.
All right, any other questions, Lynn? Please go ahead.
No, I think that for me, I did have some questions around the difference between Schedule 5 and 3, and I think that Barry's explained that well for me. I would be comfortable in the kinds of changes that he's recommended there.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Thanks. Just to throw a wrench in it. The City of Winnipeg Summary by Fund Financial Status Report, Schedule 3.
Yeah.
Would these not be anything that is attached to a reserve specifically? So if we have dedicated reserves for transit or for fleet, for example, would we not have a fleet system that has revenue expenses transferred to reserves, transfer from general revenue fund with a surplus deficit as it relates to how it's funded? Water works system, I like waterworks, system sewage disposal, which we call something else. But anything that we have a reserve fund for, and I'm not sure if these are operating or look like operating, not capital, but because they do exceptional capital project reporting. But that idea that, and I'm just asking the question as opposed to, they're calling them by fund, but really, if we have a transit system, do we have, because we have revenues attached to the transit system, we have revenues attached to the water system, we have revenue attached to the sewage system. We do in fact have revenue attached to solid waste. Now solid waste is, now that it's a utility, might be slightly different. We have anything that we have an actual fee revenue attached to, would that not be a little bit of what this is? Like if I look at land drainage, they get $5 million in revenues and $4.8 million in expenses, surplus prior to principal debt repayments and principal debt repayments in a surplus. And so 5 million is a very small number for a $1.3 billion budget, I think, which is what Winnipeg has. On the half of it, 617 million somewhere else, might be 2 billion now. But 5 million is a very small number. And so if I think about, you know, what are our transit system revenues? Mr. Doney, I'm just looking at you. Don't make eye contact.
Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, I have not gone back and studied the Winnipeg budget in detail. With respect to our funds, I would say the only one where there's a direct correlation between revenues, what your expenses were, and then what you're transferring to reserve is the utility fund. And so something like the transit piece would show up as revenues and expenses, similar to what you see on Schedule 4, which would get you to your surplus or your deficit in that area. But that surplus or deficit is not transferred to the reserve. The only thing that would be transferred to a reserve out of the transit operations would be the amortization of the fleet. And the amortization expense line of the fleet would be the amount that would be transferred to the transit fleet reserve. Otherwise, the rest of it, once again, the net difference, getting back to that general revenue account, and we know that transit is a subsidized service the city provides, and so that subsidized piece is covered off by those general revenues, which is primarily made up of property taxes. And when I look at transit, it looks like they're projecting revenues here of $131 million. And so I'm sorry, Mayor Masters, I just didn't know where you're referencing the 5 million
Oh,
from.
sorry, I was under land drainage, page 2 of this schedule. I was just looking at,
Oh, okay.
I thought maybe it was all just big ticket items, and then I see a really
Okay.
small ticket item.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
It's more to the point that I don't, because to be honest, transit, do you see it on Schedule 4? Because I don't.
Oh, Schedule 3, I don't see it.
Do you see it?
And I am assuming, Mayor Masters, but you don't see it on Schedule 4 because it's not part of their general revenue fund, whereas for us, it would be part of our general revenue fund and it would show up as a department.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is that, you're right, but property taxes only account for, in doing away with a Schedule 5 or a Schedule 3, just hear me out on the Schedule 5, we have taxes, and then we have levies or development fees. We do have other fees not broken down. They've got taxation down here at 840, payments in lieu of tax, it's 43. And I know that some of these things show up on our annual return anyways. But I don't think it's not both. And so there's something about and again, I'm happy to get a hold of Mayor Gillingham to talk about this. But there's a reason they've done this and they've broken it out by system in terms of they have revenues coming in and expenses coming in. So there are a number of departments that do charge fees and have revenues and expenses attached. And I appreciate they're funded from the general fund reserve, but they are not 100% funded from the general fund reserve. And so tracking those other revenues seems to make sense to me by the system. But I don't want to leave them out right now, but I appreciate that they may be a little confused in terms of what their intent of a Schedule 3 is. Because, and this may be covered off when we talk about reserve fund reporting, but it doesn't cover off the operating revenue received from different departments.
And so through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that would be, if you go to Schedule 4, I would say we would have, and I don't have the name of the department, but I'm going to call it the transit.
Use transit,
The
yeah, that's
transit
a good one.
department, right? So we would have a transit department here that would show budgeted revenues, what we're forecasting to spend and the difference in the revenues, and then you'd see expenses, and you would see that the expense, there would be the same piece, and then that far right line is basically what's being picked up by the mill rate. So transit as an example, your revenues, we know, even if we hit budget on both revenues and expenses, revenue's going to be less than expenses, and the difference is made up by the net mill rate column. And so
Okay,
I guess
see
what I'm
I see
suggesting,
you're
Mayor
saying,
Masters,
yeah.
is that you will get gross revenues, you will get gross expenses, and you will see what, if I could call it that, what amount's being subsidized by elsewhere in the budget.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% prepared to let him go, but to his point, what's the reserve fund? Thank you.
Please go ahead, Lynn. Oh, yeah, I guess we are over our break limit.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down, Mr. Chair.
I guess if that's the case, we have a 90-minute rule, but we have no more speakers, and we're coming to a receive and file. Maybe I'll just ask the vote, and then we'll break for our break. Oh,
Well, you'd have to get the receive and file removed.
and then put it onto a motion to put it through. In that case, we'll take the break because we're well over our 90, and we'll put the proper motion together when we get back. on the point of almost crafting some type of recommendation. I think that was the point of it. It was a successful break then.
I guess Lynn would have to withdraw her receiving file.
Thanks. Lynn, when we started off this discussion, you put up the policy on the floor for receive and file. I'll need you to withdraw that motion, and if you agree with what you're seeing on your screen, if you could move this instead, I think it good summary of the conversation and where we're headed in direction as a committee.
So I withdraw the motion, and I don't know the language, I'll submit this revised motion for consideration.
Thank you, Lynn. And I see Mr. Lacey has his microphone beeping, so he has a comment.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I just think that should say effective Q1, 2024.
So we're just, we're adapting this immediately? Good? Yep, okay, so it looks like immediate adaptation. Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. I appreciate the cooperation. Okay. With that, I see no further speakers, and I'll call the vote.
Lynn Gallagher?
In agreement.
Mayor Masters? In favor. Rob Humphreys?
In favor?
Ted Warawa?
I agree.
And Councillor Mancinelli?
In support.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Councillor Mole is not in attendance at the meeting, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next up, we'll consider item AFC 24-12, capital project and reserve funding. I'll ask administration to introduce the report. Please go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
No, through you, Mr. Chair. So this item was before the committee back in March, and then it went to council on April 9th. And that council administration had some questions with respect to the motion. So council just referred it back to the committee here just for clarification on the motion. And so we do have a number of questions that we're just seeking clarity from the committee on the motion that's before you. So the first, and so this relates to basically capital, annual capital reporting. And the first bullet speaks to standardized public reporting by contract. And so I'm just seeking clarification here. I'm assuming the committee means by project, by capital project. A project can have a number of contracts associated with it, and so maybe I'll just walk through, if it's acceptable to you, Mr. Chair, I'll just walk through these one by one, and if we can have a discussion on each one where administration has questions. So that would be my first point of clarification that we're seeking here, is should the motion read by capital project as opposed to by contract.
Okay, and you guys will go through that right now. Do you have any speakers to this first question who would like to step up? And, I guess I don't see any lights on, so I'll start the discussion off. Being part of the budget deliberations, I believe that your interpretation is correct. It's a play on the wording. And even at that, when we discussed this previously as the committee, I think we also discussed on the size of the project as well. Of course, on top of so many different contracts, you also have a lot of variances project size. If I remember the conversation correctly, one of the worries of the committee is we didn't want to slow down administration reporting back on too minuscule of projects. More worried about the big ticket items for things like cost overrun, remaining on schedule, and how that lays into the 5-year capital plan to keep things moving in that 5-year fashion, or 2-year and so forth. Knowing when the variances in time are going over and above as well as money was the bigger worry on the larger projects. I guess if I'm remembering that correctly, I'll look to my committee members to see if they have any comment over and above that. If I'm lying to you. Now's the time they got to speak up and say, hey, he's full of it. No? Okay. Oh, Mayor Master's going to call me out. Please go ahead.
I'm not going to call you out. As it relates to the first one, yeah, I think it's project, and I think when we were talking about it, we would pick a dollar value. Is it $1 million? Is it $2 million? And you're right, you're breaking it not into contracts, but as it relates to the project.
So that's what I thought, but I thought it was important to get clarification, Mr. Chair, and so that's very helpful. And I'm just going to ask for one other point of clarification, because Mr. Doney came down and asked me for further clarification. So, in our capital budget, we have capital programs, and we'll have a dollar amount for a capital program, and then we'll have a capital project. And so a program would be something like the residential road renewal program. And so as part of the budget, council will allocate a significant amount of money, 20 million plus, to do residential road renewal. And then administration will go away and then allocate that to specific capital projects within that program. So the budget book would show the program, not the individual projects. Whereas something like 11th Avenue as an example, a road project would be specifically a capital project that would have a capital project assigned to that specific street infrastructure project. Is it the desire of the committee to see the reporting when it's a capital program at the capital program level? So it'll show the $20 million for residential road renewal? Or is there a desire to see it broken down by the individual projects that administration has allocated that money to? And I just mentioned that one because that is a big program that probably has multi-million-dollar capital projects within that program.
I'll start the comment and pass it along. I believe as a whole, programs are generally reported on once a year. Council's always asked for those feedback reports on projects they've gotten off the ground and going. I think both the committee and council would like that to continue in terms of a project. And that also, as you've pointed out, encapsulates a lot of the smaller projects into the program as an overall. So once again, knowing the direction of the city and the success is kind of given on that program, feedback you already give on the major programs. I think that the projects are more where this line item was aimed towards, whether that's a large construction project like the stadium when it went up, costing variance overruns, or like 11th Avenue being one of the major construction projects the city is undergoing kind of in and of itself. Another example of that would be like the Sass Drive corridor, which is a major project. Time, variance, costing, overruns. I think that on large projects like that is where the committee was after. And I see other speakers flashing us, so I'll be quiet and let them confirm or deny. Please go ahead, Mr. Warrock.
No, that everything you said, plus, through you, Chair, I think when we were talking about this, like for a big program that has multiple streets in it, I heard the councillor members say they're interested if they know that in their ward or a street is not going to go forward. So I imagine you probably have given all the streets that are being repaired at the beginning of the year, say, here's a plan, and, as long as things are on plan, so as long as you did variance reporting on that made it clear for some councillors that, sorry, that street in your ward, isn't going forward, that's important information for councillors. But, yeah, I just was going to add that, because I remember that conversation, it seemed reasonable to me.
Appreciate the input. I don't see any other speakers. Please go ahead, Mayor Masters. And yep.
Thanks. It's a really good question that Mr. Doney put in your ear. How do we track the residential road renewal projects during the year? Programs, whatever you want. Road renewal, street renewal.
I'll ask Mr. Doney on this particular one if he'll add on in.
Through you, the chair. So the individual contracts are tracked by the project managers. They'll have multiple contracts, and they are tracked monthly, and then they are all rolled up into the residential road program. at the year end to make sure that we're not over budget or under budget. And so it's tracked by contract, as project managers will do it, and then rolled up through the program.
So do you not know whether you're over and under budget, like in August?
Through the chair, for individual contracts, we know every month how they're tracking. My flag, and the reason I flagged it is that I agree with the current conversation that we don't want to report on contracts because of public procurement and it's a small community, but at the program level or the project level, that's no concern.
And so how, can you just, for our public members, convey how the public is kept apprised during construction about what's under construction?
Sure, so through the chair, typically what we would do, we'll take residential road program as an example. Late in the year this year, we issued a residential road package, or residential road report that outlined all the different roads that are going to be worked on. And then that would, we'd issue contracts and that would progress. And basically the expectation is that those will be completed throughout the year. We don't provide public reporting on the progress of those individual contracts, but if something is not going to get done, then we have to make decisions on whether it's going to be capital carry forward in the previous year, like we have a very early spring or very early fall as an example. That'd be one way where something might not get done as planned and then that has to get carried forward to the next year.
I mean, I have zero issue if we start off with capital projects. Part of what we were looking at when we were talking about this back in, I don't know, January, February, March 1st, not sure anymore, was the idea that eventually they are tracked as a matter of like open data. And we've talked about this before because you have that great construction map. Is that available to the public this year?
Through the chair, it's not available to the public this year, but it's something we're working towards in future years.
Okay, because even that, and I think it was 2 years ago when you had developed it, that all of council was pretty excited about, just get that out for the public. And I know there was some concerns about, maybe you can remind me, was it about start dates or the budgets for each of those? What was the actual issue with reporting to the public?
Through the chair, I think there's a couple issues. One was just a technology issue that we're working through, and then the other is the level of detail for those contracts and the budget tied to those. And so, as we're speaking to right now, no problem at the program level sharing that information, but individual contracts, we just find that our future contracts are not as competitive as they maybe could be if we share all that information.
Got it, yeah, for sure. But in terms of getting that map available for planned work when it comes for approval, is there an issue with scrubbing it of the actual specific contract data and making it go live?
Yeah, through the chair, that's something we're definitely working on. I don't see any issues with that from a public reporting perspective. We just got to work through the IT challenges.
I think that since we were focused on Winnipeg, one of the things that they do monthly, essentially, is they roll up their capital expenditures. They have a capital expenditures monthly report. They have the year the project was done, the budget, the amended budget, the actual cost to report date, and the available balance. And so that covers $200,000 to $90 million projects. I think to start with, if it was focused on capital projects, that's great. But in terms of capital expenditures, monthly reports, because tell me the differential between the capital project budget, dollar values in a single year versus the program budget.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't have that at my fingertips, but the programs are much larger typically than projects. Now we've got projects like our water
Expansion
supply,
network, I got it, yeah. Network expansion.
Which is very large for a couple of years, but in a normal due course, our programs are larger than our projects.
Yeah. I think from a capital spend perspective, the idea would be that if we're spending money monthly on capital projects, it all rolls up into, again, the same results. And, but that's an expenditures thing versus a capital project. I think it should be both ultimately, but if we start with projects and build into, frankly, as executive, you should be seeing capital expenditures monthly. Like, that's just good oversight. And I think as far as this group goes, quarterly would be ideally, here's the capital expenditures and here's how it's set out. Here's what we spent, here's where we've got left to spend to complete. It just makes sense. And some of these are multi-year projects. Some of them are this year projects. I mean, Dooney Avenue is a perfect project example. It's over a couple years. Some argument about 2 or 3, but I think we're in year 2. But we know it's $32 million, and so how is that project going? But if the bulk of the funding on a capital basis is going into programs, that would seem to be kind of an important thing to track as well. But I'm good to start with capital projects, but I'll leave it to the balance.
Please go ahead, Mr. Humphries.
Thanks, Jason. Through you, well, if Winnipeg looks at all the capital projects, 200K to whatever, and they do both projects and programs, and they include the schedule, the current status, quarterly identification, cost overruns, and drop projects on a quarterly basis. That's what I'm looking for. And if it's a program, you don't have to include the contract in it, the contract number, but you can identify all those ones that are 200 and over. I mean, then maybe we want to start just with projects. I guess that's fine, but I don't know why we wouldn't start with, and maybe even model Winnipeg's example of going for projects or programs, 200 grand and more.
Yeah.
That's my feeling on it, Jason.
I guess if I just put this to administration, Mr. Humphries kind of mentioned a $200,000 buffer or more to start reporting on. It's kind of an arbitrary number. Would administration have any kind of idea on what the cutoff for program reporting would be smart? You know, do we have, as percentage of budget, the top 15 programs that eat up 90% of the budget and the rest is smaller projects we shouldn't be weighing it down with? Any kind of insights or advice on that? Please go ahead, Mr. Lacey.
So, to you, Mr. Chair, this is a good conversation. So I have a personal perspective around the piece. And it's really about the purpose and intent and use of the reports. And so I very much see the Audit and Finance Committee as a governance committee. So I'll be honest with you, and I really liked what Winnipeg did on their operating reporting. When I look at their capital reporting, and their capital report's 45 pages, that's issued every month at a very high level. That seems like a lot of information, to be quite frank, for a governance committee. So I do like the idea of reporting. What I would suggest is about what we would do is we would report based on this conversation on capital projects over a certain threshold and report at the capital program level as well. So you actually see those numbers. You don't see that detailed contracts or projects within that program, but you can see how the overall program is doing. So and those are the larger, by and large, usually the larger numbers. And I think once you've seen that report a couple of times, if you think there's a need to dive into project reporting within the capital program, I think then there's an opportunity to take that next step. And so I would suggest we bring forward a capital project and capital program, so you see both. And as far as a threshold amount, for me, once again, it gets back to what's an appropriate level of information. And 200,000 for me seems low, but something in the range of $500,000 or $1 million would seem appropriate. But we need to do some, and I think we'll get a sense of that when we bring forward the carry forward report next month about magnitude of projects out there. But I think what would be useful from my perspective, from a governance perspective, is that there's a manageable number of projects of material significance to the city's capital program overall that this committee would be interested in, right? So that might be the top 20 or 30 projects / programs, which I'm imagining will cover the vast majority of capital spend. Because we do have small programs like, baseball diamond repair. That's like 150,000, and there might be 2 projects within that. I think that would probably be of less interest to this committee. And there's a lot of those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. I think you're reading the intent very clearly. I think for the most part, everything's on the same page, and I see Mayor Masters has her light on. Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Yeah, I think to Mr. Lacey's point, I'll just ask Janice if she can throw it up it is 46 pages long. This is something that is public data. So this is a report as of March 31st, 2024, and they just published this publicly. You got it? Yeah. There you go. And so if you just scroll down, you'll see that it's the project year, the adopted budget, the amended budget, the actual cost to report to date, available balance, and percentage spent. When you get to the bottom of this, it's like a $4 billion list. But it kind of, what they do is they separate it out into transit, IT, building upgrades. I'm sure park space is in there as well. They do regional street renewals. And I think the smallest balance there you'll see is 400,000, where they will list them out and track them, but they do this quarterly. I think this is Mr. Humphreys, I appreciate what you're saying. This is a really big jump. And so I think where Mr. Lacey is going in terms of kind of 20 to 30, provided, I guess my only proviso is, Mr. Lacey, like it would seem to me that the director or executive director should be getting some of these reports from their project managers to have that understanding, that it should be rolled up into not an oversight, fiduciary oversight perspective. I don't disagree with you to start off to, like, I think those 20 to 30 projects are going to capture it. But is this type of, like, Mr. Doney, are you seeing the breakdown by project as it relates to the programs? Or is that just staying at a level where it's only rolled up once a year? Take that down.
Please go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so we're going through a process of having a new system in place, so I can't speak to the future necessarily, but historically, not in this role, but in my other role, I would see that information on a regular basis with my managers and project managers if need be. So it's definitely being well looked after, and that's what I want to leave with the committee, is that yes, it's being reviewed at a lower level in the organization as a director.
Okay. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lacey, I think we've covered the next.
Yeah, no, so thank you. That was a great conversation. I appreciate the guidance. And the second bullet speaks to detail and schedule variances and options. And so as I understand that, like the name of the project should be sufficient that the committee, when they read it, know what that project is. I'm assuming that's what's meant by detail. Schedule, I'm assuming, is meant by, hey, when did the project initially start? When do you expect it to be done by? Which I think is fine. I'm just confirming that. And then with respect to variances and options, I'm assuming what the committee is looking for in the report is like percentage of completion completed. And if you're forecasting that the actual project's going to be over or under, that should be shown in the report as a forecast against budget. And I'm assuming options, although I'm making assumptions here, so I'm looking for confirmation. I'm assuming options means, well, if the project's forecasted to be over, what is administration's intent on how to address that forecasted overage? Or if it's forecasted to be under, what's going to happen with those capital funds. I'm assuming that's what the committee's looking for from options. So I'm seeing some heads nod, but I'm just looking for confirmation, because for me, it's about meeting your expectations.
Yeah. I think that you're capturing it quite well, Mr. Lacey. There again, detail which project, yeah, schedule variances and options exactly as you said, what lays out after the variances have occurred, and how's that going to affect going forward for how that compiles with the other projects as well as the timelines. How does the choices administration's making going to lay out the outcomes for the city? Just an idea going in, and what type of decisions are being made to affect things and how they lay together. A little bit insight as we go through the year, I think, is where the committee would see that going. I see Mayor Masters has her light on. Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Yeah, I think project year is pretty important, especially for multi-year stuff. You know, that approved budget, if it's been amended, because sometimes over
Okay.
I'll use Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. We amended that budget from where it first started.
Yeah.
But I think there starts to be some consistency in kind of how that data is presented. And then the actual costs that have been to report to date,
Yeah.
the available balance that's been in the approved budget, and just that percentage spent. And then, yeah, you're right, as it relates to options, if it's really meant to highlight that we're 42% spent and 36% complete, that would kind of be the significant portion of this. I know that when we look at something like the police commission, their capital is clearly, smaller in size, whether it's radios or whatever they happen to be doing internal to the building, but that's very much how they break it down. And the other thing in terms of options that they say is, like, is it going to be on time, or does it have to move? So sometimes there's some notes to that in terms of we know that some projects don't get completed to the point where we wanted them to be complete within the time frame. Sometimes it could be rain, like when we're talking about outdoor projects, it could be rain, it could be weather, it could be whatever. And then kind of that plan for, we're going to push this into next year, and it does sort of tie a little bit into the capital carry forward as well. But if on a consistent basis that's coming through, I think it sets an expectation then for council as to, hey, we can look this up as of the last quarter and know exactly where it was at and get that updated.
Okay. Mr. Chair, no, thank you for that clarification, and I think that's something that we can deliver on. The only other comment I have, and it's more of a clarification piece, is in relation to the fourth bullet, which says capital and reserve fund carry forward projects and statuses. And so my only comment there is that is something that we're working on now to bring forward to the June 20th meeting, and then that will be incorporated into future capital reports, because often the capital project that we're looking at can have carried forward monies associated with it. The only piece I just flag here is, I'm not sure if there's a specific intent, but the and reserve fund capital, we don't have reserve fund capital, we have capital projects, which then in our capital budget, we identify where the source of the funding is. And some of those projects can be funded fully or partially by a reserve. But I guess what I'm asking is I think what you're asking here is you want to see all capital carry forward projects. And I just was not sure if there was a specific intent with reserve funded, because that's not language we typically would use within administration.
I guess just to add some clarity there, I think you're hitting it right, not quite realizing everything in the background on what administration's performing at all times, acting in the budget times that we were. This was more just to be complete, to make sure that we were having the entire conversation, just in case there were other outlets or something not discussed as pointedly in the motion. And I think that for the most part, I think we've had the discussion and covered off the topics, but I'll look for my lit microphones for someone else to comment.
Yeah, and can you turn Mr. Doney's mic on, because I think he'd like to speak?
Please go
And
ahead.
then I'll go.
Through the chair, I just wanted to flag that there may be times in the future, if I think about my past, where we'd recommend we have an in-camera conversation at A&F committee and then council, and just to consider that in the future, particularly as we get to more reporting here. An example might be we've got many change orders that are outstanding. We may be forecasting we're going to pay for some of those, and we may not be paying for some of those. We wouldn't want to have that conversation in public. So in the future, if we recommend an in-camera session, just for the committee to consider that.
Perfect. Good place to share some information sensitive. Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Thanks. So would we have capital projects? Where does the money to fund them sit?
So the money to fund capital projects can be from a wide variety of sources, and if you go to our, for the public members here, if you go to our capital plan, it'll identify what the budget is for that capital project, and it'll also identify how it's funded. And so the funding sources can be what we call current contributions, so we're actually pulling money out of our general operating budget to pay for capital. It can be out of a reserve, and then we identify specifically what reserve it's coming out of. It can be federal and provincial grant programs, and as well the other major funding source service agreement fees, which I think council members will appreciate that over the long term there will be funding there, because the way that program works is that we collect from developers as they develop to pay for basically growth-related projects, but sometimes the money's not there up front because you haven't collected it yet, but you have to proceed with the project. But those would be the four primary sources of funding.
Is there a way, when you're presenting that information, and I understand it's the way that capital reporting, project reporting is done, as we go into budget, for example, is you divide it out by area, right? So transit will have its, right, roadways will have its section. Is there a way, when it comes, that it could be also then sorted by funding source? Like the exact same projects, but then just resort it by funding source, so that we can see what's being pulled from reserves over what time frame? And I'll give you an example of where this is an issue, potentially, not that it is currently, but we approve a few $1 million in 2022 for a project that has a 24-month window. It's to be complete in 24 months. And it is funded out of a reserve, right? It wasn't pulled out of operating, it was pulled out of a reserve. And so if that's actually not complete within the time frame agreed to, and the money is still sitting there, and we don't actually have an update on where the project is at, it probably at that particular point in time, definitely on an annualized basis, we could see the performance of it, but at some particular point in time, do we have outstanding projects that have failed to meet their original proposed time frame, that have mutated to the point or truncated or where money was allocated for them that's no longer needed?
So, to you, Mr. Chair, I think that will become evident through the capital carried forward reporting, that when we start having capital carried forward reporting, and if we project what the initial timeline was and then project what the new timeline is, that should be coming through as part of that. I appreciate it wouldn't necessarily have the funding source, but that should trigger a conversation about, project looks like it's 3 or 4 years out from what you originally said. Is it really going to be happening, and should those monies be returned to source as opposed to sitting there? And as part of the conversation we've had internally for long projects that have been delayed for some time, and I think this will be part of the capital governance policy that the committee's asked us to come back with in the fall, is if a project is significantly missing its initial timeline, is there a certain number of years where it comes back to source? And if the program area needs that capital, again, that it comes back through the budget, back to the approval process. So I think if the problem that's trying to be solved here, I guess is what I'm getting at, which I'm trying to understand, is it's important for the committee and council to understand projects that have been approved in the past but are significantly past their due date or completion date, that those items are flagged and there's an opportunity to have a conversation about those funds and the use of those funds, and whether they should be returned to source, or the project's important enough to go ahead and there's reasons for why it's been delayed. I think if that's it, I think I'll have to think about it, but I think the capital carry forward reporting should get at that.
Yeah, and I think there were kind of two parts to this as it relates, and one is specific to reserve fund reporting, as in the annual or quarterly, as the case may be, the ins and outs, which why I was kind of wanting to hang on to Schedule 3, because if they're just calling it funds and we call it reserve funds, I just wasn't clear whether or not it was the same in the previous motion. But the idea that reserve fund reporting, not just the balances and the ins and outs, and there's a whole policy attached to this, but that the ins and outs of the reserves, and not just their beginning and ending balances, are, from an oversight perspective, probably important. And I think that was where Clayton Varesh, when I chatted with him, it was the movement of money in and out of reserves for different projects. So essentially, if I've got a capital carry forward or I've got a capital project reporting and I got reserve fund reporting, between the two of them, I can see where the money is going and the ins and outs of the reserve fund. And so I just wanted to clarify that there was the capital project reporting, but there's also reserve fund reporting as well.
Yeah. So, to you, Mr. Chair, I think that's a fair observation. And I think another way, I would want to go away and think about how we do it, but I think another way, I've talked about the capital carry forward reporting, which I think is the first half of the equation. Perhaps we can look at our annual reserve reporting as well. And as part of that piece, if there have been funds pulled from that reserve in previous years that are sitting in capital carry forward, there might be an opportunity to identify that in the annual reserve report as well. So I think of the yards
It's a great example.
capital
It's a great example.
project, right?
Yeah.
Where there were funds pulled out of the land development reserve.
Years ago.
Trying to think of what reserve
Years
it
ago,
was.
I don't even know what year it was.
Land development reserve that is sitting in capital carry forward right now because it was pulled to match the federal grant funding, and so it was identified early on. And so you'll see the land development reserve, and it might show a balance of $1 million, but actually you might have an additional $15 million sitting in capital carry forward for the yards that was pulled from it. And so I think that is a little bit maybe a missing, part of the missing picture. And so I think what we can do is go away and look at how we can incorporate that into the annual reserve report. Because I think even for myself, sometimes I do ask the question, well, why is the land development reserve only $1 million, right? Well, we pulled X million out and it's sitting over here, and we pulled X million out and it's sitting over there. We got planned projects for it, but at the same time, the land development reserve looks quite low. But we know that
Yeah, but
there's
we have
funds sitting
$20 million
in
somewhere.
capital
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah.
So I guess I would commit to us looking at how we can bring that in, because it is mirroring the capital. Now that we'll have a capital carry forward report, it's just mirroring that to the reserve report.
Thank you. I see no more questions with that portion. And I think that was the last point. Am I correct, Mr. Lacy?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that was very helpful. And so I don't know the process with the clerk, but we just may want to clarify where we have contract here, and we could call it by project/program. And then on the fourth bullet, just say capital carry forward projects and status. And I think the rest speaks for itself after this conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. For once, Mr. Nichols says he knows what's going on, so we'll
Well,
find out.
To make this as clean as it can be, because this was reconsidered from a meeting 2 months ago, what I would suggest is that the mover of the motion just request that it be reconsidered. I don't want to bog down citizen members in particular about reconsiderations. All that means is if there's a unanimous vote, we can take the old motion off that council didn't like, and we'll start fresh. So if somebody moves a reconsideration, then Janice can put up on the screen what we think the new language of a motion would be. So if somebody moves a reconsideration?
Thank you, Mr. Wara.
If we get unanimous consent, we're ready to go.
And I guess we'll call for a vote on that reconsideration motion, and hopefully we'll get the unanimous consent. We have to do vote by vote, is that?
Oh, I'm
Ted
okay with
Warwa?
that.
Councillor Noel in favor.
Lynn Gallagher?
In favor.
Rob Humphreys?
I have one question. It's got number 2, approve the recommendation at its April 24th.
That'll be changed, sir.
That'll be changed? All right,
It's on
in
this.
favor. Yeah.
Thank you, and Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
That passes unanimously.
So what we're proposing now, members, and to administration, is that Janice has put on the screen what the original motion was in red, and what we think is we can now tweak it. So for example, standardized public reporting by capital project and programs exceeding $500,000?
Sure.
Okay. $500,000. I wrote down things, some of the discussion, but can I take it, Mr. Lacy, that you understand where everybody's coming from on the detail, schedule, variance, and
Yeah.
options?
I
Okay?
think, given the conversation, I think we can keep that as is, and that fourth bullet has been amended, and I think that works for us.
Okay, so the drop projects, that stays?
Yeah.
And capital carry forward projects, we got rid of the reserve fund? Is everything there?
I'm
You're good? Is the
I'm
committee
clear
good?
on the direction, thank you.
Okay. The mayor has a question.
Well, and Mr. Humphries has one question too. But, Mr. Lacy, the opening of that motion talks about a future annual capital project and reserve fund reporting.
Oh, yeah,
You don't need
sorry.
us to say anything further about reserve fund reporting, you understand? Or do you need us to provide detail around that? As it relates to,
The conversation we just had.
yeah,
I don't know. Reserve fund reporting.
it's the ins and outs.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
ins and outs of the
yeah.
reserve funds for capital projects, right?
Yeah, so I think I understand the direction coming out of this. If council, the committee wanted to add a bullet, I guess you could add a bullet. Any ones that have capital carry forward.
Do you want a
We could-
reconciliation of a reserve fund
Yeah, I
transfers
think
for
we just
capital?
say, and the annual reserve fund report reflect,
It's fun, it's totally fun.
yeah, reserve fund report reflect capital carry, it's getting wordy, sorry.
It's the transfers out, right?
Yeah, sure, let's say reflect the transfers out sitting in capital carry forward projects.
Reflect the transfers out.
Oh, we do that already.
Yep, but next word is reflect.
But we reflect that in the annual report already. We
The
just don't-
transfers
We
out?
just don't reflect the capital carry forward. But that'll be reflected in the reserve report, because it'll be a transfer in. This is just stuff sitting outside the reserve. Yeah, but that's fine. We'll have to figure out how we do it. The transfers, and the capital annual reflect the transfers out of the reserve sitting in capital carry forward.
Out of reserves.
Capital carry forward accounts, capital accounts, that's fine.
I think you want it,
And we'll
yeah. I would
figure it
put the percentage of completion reporting, I would put that under dropped projects. But that's just me, because capital carry forward.
It gets
Oh,
mixed
no,
up.
but never mind, just leave it, just leave it, just leave it.
Your action items on their own. Everyone get there? I see I have a question.
Well, actually, just before you shut my, Mr. Lacy, how are the ins and outs of the reserve funds reported?
So currently what we report, so we'll be bringing a report forward in September for the 23 reserves. And what we report for each reserve is during 2023, what went in and why, what went out and why. So I think during the year 2023. And so I think what I heard here, there's an interest in if there were transfers out in previous years that are sitting in capital carry forward somewhere, where are those funds sitting and in what projects? And so that's the piece that's currently not in the annual reserve report. The annual reserve report only speaks to what was transferred in last year and what was transferred out and the details of what was transferred in and transferred out
For the current year?
for the then current year.
Not
right.
anything historic that is
Right.
still sitting not utilized?
Right.
Right, okay. Okay.
Mr. Wara?
Yeah, just a clarification question. We've got, how often does this report come on just beside number one, we've got its annual capital project reserve fund reporting. Is this quarterly? Is this, what's the frequency of this report?
Great question through you, Mr. Chair. So right now, we're looking at bringing this forward in September as the first one to the Audit and Finance Committee. I'll be honest, currently with resources, we'll have a better sense of what that takes to get it across the finish line in September. I think currently I'm thinking an annual capital report to this committee, but that might be a conversation we should have in September when we actually bring the report forward. I'm just a little concerned right now is that we have a lot on our plate. I think there's other priorities that council and committee want us to look at, and so I think it's just a balance of resources. But I think that would be a conversation to maybe have in September. Yeah. So right now I'm planning annually, but maybe it can be something that can be more frequent. But I'm not willing to commit to that today.
Thank you. And if I understand procedure properly, I think I have to ask the mover to withdraw the motion again so we can vote on what's on the screen now. Is that incorrect or correct? Correct? Okay. And who is our mover? Who is it? Okay. If you can remove your original motion and move towards the new motion on the screen.
All right, I'll do what he said. Remove the original motion, replace with this.
Yeah. And I'll call the vote with that.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Lynn Gallagher.
In agreement.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Rob Humphreys.
I'm in favor, but the transfers out of reserves include an of after the out there.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Ted Warawa.
Agreed.
And Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion carries.
Okay, we're getting dangerously productive here. Administration reports again. We will now reconsider AFC 24-14 overtime reduction. I'd like to ask Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler to introduce this report. Please go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, this report is to provide the committee with a report regarding IMCM 23-3311 from the list of outstanding items. On December 13th, 23, Council directed administration to prepare a report to the Audit and Finance Committee to consider the reduction of overtime expenditures in 2024 by 25%, approximately $2 million, and reallocate those funds to other council-directed projects or a fund used to be transferred to the general fund reserve. This report includes administration's response to item CM 23-3311, which consists of a holistic overtime review, recommends action plans to reduce overtime expenditures where possible without severe impact to service delivery, and updates since the last time we were here include a full detailed project plan and timeline that's attached to the report as an appendix as requested by the committee. My colleagues and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And I see Mr. Humphreys is first up with a question. Oh, I need a mover. Will you move the report, please, Mr. Humphreys? Thank you. And with that, please begin your question.
I just wanted to say, I'm very impressed with the work that went into the overtime reduction implementation plan. It's awesome to see. I just wonder, after we're done the discussion, if there's going to be a motion required to rescind the 25% reduction that council had put forward and put a recommendation forth that we continue on the path that's been recommended in this report. That's it.
Let's go ahead, Mr. Shisley.
I can try. I think it is to approve the recommendations in this report, so I defer to the clerk for technicalities on this one.
Thank you, through you, Deputy the Chair. Council directed admin to prepare a report for A&F to consider what this would look like. And essentially, that's what the report has done. So essentially, it's not a receive and file, they've prepared a report, you've accepted it, we now remove it from the list of outstanding items, Mr. Warwa, that you asked before. This is one of those that comes off that list, and it will go to council, and council will confirm that the work's been done, the committee received the report, and unless there's another motion or other direction, the matter will be closed at council next week.
Thank you, Mr. Nichol. Any other comments or questions on the overtime report? Mr. Rohrer?
Happy to close out the report. During budget deliberations, we will get updated on, on the appropriate budget for overtime. Like, we're not done talking about overtime, I take it, but just in terms of budget context. But we don't need the report back on activities. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, yes, that would be part of budgeting and thinking about budgeting. I believe last time we were here, we agreed to provide some updates on how we were progressing through this report to this committee, and we talked about quarterly, and we can do that not as a formal report, but as I can't remember, to be honest, Mr. Chair, the memo or something, but here's what we said we'd do, here's what we did, here's the answers.
Perfect. A little bit of communication always helps. Thank you, Ted. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
I just want to come back to the budget question, to your point, Ted, but more importantly, the budgeted overtime in 2024 was what?
Through the chair, it was $3.7 million.
Is it fair to say that we're a third through the year, that we're already at $3.7 million in overtime year to date?
I'm not certain this year's run rate. I'd have to see if Mr. Lacey or Ms. Krolik would know.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that number with me, but that will be part of our first quarter. We are including overtime as part of our first quarter, reporting back to the committee. And I would expect, to be honest, that it's probably running similar to what it was in previous years.
And I think I'd asked this last time, but I think this is coming back to the budgeting. How many years in a row would we under budget something by $5 million and not adjust the budget? Like a policy question, actually.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, so this is an interesting question, and it's something that we'll have to struggle with as we put the budget together. So certainly with respect to collective bargaining increase numbers, that we haven't adjusted the budget as salaries have gone up. I think that's at the end of the day, that'll be a fairly minor piece of the puzzle here. So I think the broader piece then is with respect to the rest of it. And I will reflect on the fact that while actual overtime has been significantly more than budgeted overtime, it's by and large been covered by what we call salary lag, so staff vacancies, etc. And so I think as we develop the budget, we're going to have to be thoughtful about, if the overtime budget needs adjustments, I don't want to artificially inflate the budget by adding another $3 or $4 million in. to the overtime budget when a lot of that's being covered off by vacancies already. That's in part sometimes why you have overtime, is because you got vacant positions and so you're asking people to work extra, knowing that the budget is in your salary budget, not in your overtime budget. So, so I don't have an answer for you today. That's something that we're going to have to work through as part of our budget development piece. I think I just leave it as simply, indicating that I think the larger piece is there's a larger component of that overtime, actual overtime, greater than budget, that is actually being absorbed by the vacancies that you see in the regular salary budget. And so we don't want to artificially inflate our salary budget and overtime budget when essentially the two are, in fact, the salary leg actually is covering the overtime.
Thanks. And we calculate that salary vacancy, the salary lag we talk about often? And I actually don't,
Yeah.
I don't find you incorrect in
Yeah.
terms of
So-
there's a match there.
So we do have the ability to do that, and we have reported on that in our quarterly forecasting before. And you might recall that we often talk about having a positive salary leg, and that positive salary leg is after taking into account overtime overages. And so I think the challenge for us is how do we reflect the two in the budget document, so you have comparables, and I just don't have an answer on how we do that today, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and we've got the quarterly financials,
And the quarterly financials will show where we're at from first quarter. That's
we'll have a
correct.
look at it. But, yeah, appreciate the work that's done in terms of measuring it starts to be managed, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Mr. Humphries.
Yes, through you, Jason. If I read the report right, by the fourth quarter of 2024, we should have a pretty good handle of what an accurate overtime amount is based on the results of the implementation plan, will we not?
I just wanted to clarify, through
Yeah.
the chair, Mr. Humphries, are you asking what the budget should be or what the expenditures are?
What an accurate budgeted
Okay.
overtime amount would be?
Thanks. Just for
So
clarification.
through you, Mr. Chair, that's one of the things I'll be working on. I would just make this observation, that we have been around except for the COVID years, we've been about 5% of payroll. We need to do more work to confirm the nature of overtime and whether or not budgets need to be adjusted and whether the overtime is appropriate or not, and that's part of the action plan that's been laid out here. But we have been checking with other municipalities as well about what is their overtime run as a comparison of overall salary. And interestingly enough, the answer is pretty much coming consistently back at 5%. So that kind of gets back to, I'm not sure if we have I'm not saying there's not opportunities for improvement, i.e. reducing overtime because, for various reasons, managing it better to reduce your overtime costs. I'm not sure overall whether or not we would come back with a huge reduction in overtime, given it would seem we are on track with what many municipalities see. But until we do the analysis and confirm that, that's difficult to say right now.
For sure.
But even if the actual overtime number doesn't change that much, we still need to figure out how we reflect it in the budget. And like I say, as I indicated, last year was 9.2 million, budget of 3.7. If we're managing that and have historically managed it within our salary leg, I don't imagine us coming back and asking for another 4 or 5 more million to cover overtime just so that we can have an overtime budget that matches actual. So we need to figure out how we reflect that in the budget book and recognize that some of this overtime greater than the current budget is being managed through vacancies on the regular salary side of things.
Do we ever get a report, and I've seen pieces of it, that show the number of vacant full-time equivalent positions, and what the status of them is, and whether there's how long they've been vacant, and do we ever get a report that reflects that information? Or is that, yeah?
Through the chair, within the People and Organizational Culture Department, we and finance and budgeting would know all those things by position level. I'm looking at my colleagues, forgive me a bit, it sounds a bit operational for this Governance and Oversight Committee, but in summary, where we're sitting, as Mr. Lacey talked about, the ability to understand where salary lag is and how it's being used, that could be useful information, but we certainly do track by number each position and who's getting paid what and where they're at and whether it's vacant and backfilled by somebody, all those things are tracked.
And is there a limit on the length of time a full-time equivalent stays vacant before it's eliminated? As a policy?
Through the chair, there would be no policy on that. There are some, for unionized positions where a position is vacant, there are some requirements where you have to advise the union what your plans are with that position, which is not uncommon in most collective agreements, but generally speaking, there's no policy. They're often not long in the tooth. There could be some, but there's no hard and fast rule.
That's interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. So we've been talking about this from a financial perspective on overtime, talking about using overtime and salary lag as tools to keep the city going. I'm wondering what the performance indicators you guys are measuring for this decision. You know, there's a financial performance indicator from the overtime decision. Are there any other performance indicators within an administration you're measuring for how this decision's affecting outcomes? I can see that that's a weird question, so I'll go in a little bit deeper. At a recent meeting, one of the heads of one of the unions appeared before council talking about overtime and salary lag. I don't remember ever hearing a head of a union talking against overtime before, but they did. They identified a real problem in administration with the salary lag positions, as well as the amount of work falling on many within administration. I don't have the indicators you guys have to monitor these things, but I'm wondering, is someone monitoring this, taking this information in? I think some of the engagement reports for employees might speak to that, but I need to know someone's looking at this.
Through you and to you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have some in place, some tracking of things that are going on and whatever. And in this report, and as we talked about last time, we will be surfacing more information, making supervisors, managers, directors, DCMs aware of when overtime is hitting certain threshold levels. That's part of our project plan. Part of that, I think, gets to your question around awareness of how many hours an individual is working. So to your point, sometimes extra hours worked means extra income, but a lot of extra hours maybe causes some problems that aren't worth extra income. Help us to analyze where we could run a better process. Perhaps if there's excess overtime, as we mentioned last time, perhaps you'd look at filling a full-time equivalent would be cheaper and better balance for the employee. So those things are contemplated in this report, and we can track those by individual employee and then by area and by cause of the overtime. So we will have to build some reporting there, but yes, we're on track to do that through this plan.
Perfect, and really appreciate the information put together. I wish this would have been around for a couple of years already. It would be way further down the line. I appreciate the work that went forth, and it's very necessary. Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. No hands up on the screen? No. And I guess with that, this is just a receive and file. I guess can ask for a vote. Okay.
Rob Humphries,
In favor?
Ted Warawa,
Agree.
Mayor Masters,
In favor.
Lynn Gallagher,
In favor.
Councillor Mole,
I like the new wording these guys are using. I agree.
and Councillor Mancinelli.
I agree too.
And the motion's carried.
Okay, next up we have item number AFC 24-15, the 2023 preliminary year-end results and reserves over their targeted maximum limits. I need a mover for the report, please. Ted, thank you very much. And I'll ask Deputy City Manager, Mr. Lacey, to introduce the report. Oh, sorry, you need a microphone.
Keep shutting it off. Through you, Mr. Chair. So committee members will recall that on April 9th, the committee considered the preliminary year-end financial results for the city, and at that point in time, the report was referred back to administration to return outlining options related to drawing down on surpluses and city reserves that are over their maximum targeted balances. So you will note in this report that this report has had additional information added to it. Specifically, in the report itself, option 2 lays out at a high summary level those reserves that are over their maximum guideline at the end of 2023. And then we've added an Appendix D, which provides more detail on those 6 reserves specifically. And so this report provides an additional option for committee and council's consideration. Should council or committee not choose the option that's been advanced by administration, which is drawing from the general fund reserve to fund the 2.7 million general operating deficit and the payment to the Regina Exhibition Association for the catalyst work, provides an option there for committee consideration to pull it from a different reserve. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Warwick, you moved the report. Would you like to start up with any questions, or?
I was going to allow maybe that we have a potential motion for this, I believe, do we not? Yeah. Sorry. Can I move that? Yeah, why don't we move that and start the conversation there? Oh, not that one. Or do we want that one? Or do we want the other reserve policy? I'm sorry, I missed. If I'm off track here. This isn't dealing with the funding of, or the surpluses of the different reserves or funds. This is just dealing one more time with those 2 questions. Okay?
Yes and no and yes?
No, yes, no.
On April 24th, so the report states, in April 24th, City Council considered these items, the 2023 preliminary year-end financial results, and directed admin to return to the Audit and Finance Committee outlining measures and implications where the 2.7 million operating and 232 payment material be covered by drawing down surpluses and other city reserves. And so this is a bit of the response in terms of, we already know that utility, it's a service fee or a user fee based, so it's extra 22 million can't be used. There are, there's 11 million or 12 million over in the fleet placement based upon the numbers given last time, 800,000 over in golf course reserves and employer provided parking. And I think the fleet replacement reserve was the one targeted because the number given to us at last meeting that we were at was $12 million. I have the numbers written in the transcripts, but 11.5. And so now the fund reserve is that they're gonna spend it all in the next year.
Okay.
But just for the record, in the last 3 years, they were gonna spend it down too, and we ended up building up a surplus, interestingly enough.
Okay. Well, I couldn't concur with I mean, you do have to fund the deficit that was presented to us. We have no choice. I have no issue with the real funding, ask again. This was, we had this discussion last time, and it was something council had recommended they do, and they did not come up with a plan or a budget at the time, but this was the actual expense, so the expenses are incurred. There's no changing that, and so the bill has to be paid on that one, I think is where we left that discussion. Okay. I guess that's just a statement. I don't have a question.
Mr. Humphries?
So go ahead, Mr. Humphries.
Okay, I'm okay to support this recommendation to fund the 2.7 million out of the GFR and the 232,000 with one caveat. And that would be, I mean, we can either include the motion that was presented to council, MN 24-5, to recoup some of the money in the GFR, as well as maybe use the previous motion to use some of the interest to recoup some of the money in the GFR. But unless we do some, or we could go with the option 2, which states that they would use money from, which is similar to MF 24-5, money from probably the fleet management reserve to pay for this money. So unless more funds are generated into the GFR, I won't support this motion. And if we decide to include motion MN 24-5, there is one small correction that I think we should make, just a typo error, but.
Mr. Humphries, we can't control, we can't include MN 24-5. It still has to be debated at council.
Right.
We'll take your constructive criticism to make sure we have it there when it's time to debate that.
All right. Oh, okay, so there's a correction there that if you want to look at it now.
We can take it
Okay,
offline
later?
after the
Okay,
meeting. Yeah, we
that's
still have to
fine.
get through
All
that one at
Sure,
council, yeah.
Sure.
Is that all you have to say, Mr. Humphries?
For now, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Mayor Masters.
Can I get a motion to go in camera?
Sure.
All right. Anybody opposed to going in camera? Lana or Lynn, you good?
Good.
Okay, we're going to move into Larry Schneider, as we do, and you guys will connect with you on the phone if that works.
call the meeting back to order. And just to confirm, we stepped into an in-private camera session just to receive some sensitive information that's not ready for public consumption. No decisions were made or any type of effect on outcomes, just to receive some pertinent information. With that, I'll put the floor back open to questions on committee. Please go ahead, Mr. Humphries.
Yes, through you, Jason. I just have, maybe it's an unrelated question, but in the text of this agenda item, it talks about the Saskatchewan Rough Riders owing the city $3.6 million, and that's up for discussion as to how much is going to be paid back and when. Is there any answer to that question, and would that money go back to the general revenue fund, or could it be applied to other deficits?
Other needs. I have no direct answer for that question. I don't know if anything's been sourced on that yet, but Mr. Lacey will provide definition.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, so basically that report, the report reflects an outstanding receivable from the riders, of which we've set up an allowance for some of it likely not being collectible, which we need to bring back to this committee once those negotiations are completed. That net difference has been recorded as revenue already because we're expecting to receive it. So it is already reflected, that revenue is already reflected in the $2.7 million projected deficit. So it's been accounted for already.
Been accounted for, okay. Through you, Jason, can you tell us how much it was?
Sorry?
Can you tell us what the amount was that was repaid, or?
So the amount is still outstanding of $3.7 million. And because we have not finalized the, completed our negotiations with the riders, not willing to disclose that publicly at this time.
Oh, okay, all right. That's it, Jason. Yeah, good.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to take this one?
I guess if there's no questions, we should start to line up for a vote and move this through. Yeah, I'm not seeing, oh, here's Mayor Masters. Good, I was getting ready to start words, I'm no good at that.
Yeah, I'm just, how is administration proposing to replenish the $2.9 million out of this? In the policy, it states that to take, when the reserve balance is below its minimum, which it is, what is the avenue for replenishment of this $2.9 million?
So through you, Mr. Chair, historically it's been through future operating surpluses. I would note that future operating surpluses have gotten smaller. And so I think this ties to the earlier discussion we had as an agenda item, is that we do need to find other funding sources to replenish this reserve moving forward. We had talked about investment income. A portion of investment income at 50% is a policy piece that was passed earlier at council here. I think more, so that is one option that's been passed from a policy piece. I think more broadly, that is something that we need to look at and consider as we move into the 2025 budget process as well.
Okay, so when Mr. Humphries was talking about the surpluses and fleet reserves associated with the motion, not related to this, but your issue is that we then may in the future, a year or two from now, need to increase the mill rate in order to cover off commitments for fleet. Have I got that right?
That would be correct through you, Mayor Matt,
So,
Mr. Chair.
So right now we have a policy, and it is particularly stipulated that in the utility reserve, the policy states that we allow for a surplus to accumulate for up to 3 years, simply because of the size of the projects and whatnot, I'm assured. That's the 2018 policy that was approved by previous council. So by virtue of it naming 3 years, can we explain why we're at a surplus in other accounts for 3 years when that seems to be the maximum for a general utility reserve and potential rebates back to user fees? Meaning we have $11 million in excess in a fleet reserve past its maximum of what have you, 14 million or whatever it is, $12 million. We have 11 million additional dollars in there that have continued to accumulate over the last 4 years. And so the risk of transferring that surplus into the general fund reserve is what? That we might have to do a property tax increase in order to fund capital projects in transit?
So through you, Mayor Masters, that would be correct. I think as the fleet reserve basically is intended to replace existing fleet of vehicles. And so every year, the amortized amount of the vehicles we purchased in the past go into this fund. Over time, you need to replace those vehicles. And so the timing of when you put money into the fund may not 100% match the timing when the funds go out to replace the existing fleet. But over the life of a particular vehicle and over the life of the reserve overall, monies going in are spent on replacing vehicles going out, is the intent of the reserve. And if you pay more with vehicles going out, well, then those higher costs of that vehicle start a new higher depreciation to replenish that reserve with the higher cost of that fleet vehicle purchase.
And I appreciate that, sir. I guess my question is, the solution remains the same regardless. However, for 4 years, there's been an accumulating surplus. For 3 years, 5.7 million past, 7.8 million past, $11 million past 2023. I have 12 from the last report that we were given verbally. And so you have a maximum balance within the fleet reserve, meaning we can only replace so much in a year, have a tendency to as we do that. So you have a maximum set, which is meant to achieve exactly what you're talking about. And so it has been recommended, when I read the last 3 annual reserve reports, that the money was going to be used, yet the surplus continues to grow. So the risk associated with taking it back down to its maximum balance and transferring that money into the general reserve fund is simply that transit may come back with an ask, or you're going to create a new report that says we should shift the maximum balance sitting in the fleet to elemental P, whatever that number is, based upon fulsome analysis of what we can actually purchase in a year. Have I got that right?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, I just reframe it simply as, if we have 100 vehicles, at some point those 100 vehicles need to be replaced. Mm-hmm. The cost of those 100 vehicles get accumulated in the initial cost, basically get the replacement value, the original cost of those 100 vehicles gets accumulated in this reserve over time, and all things being equal, a new 100 vehicles will be purchased to replace that initial 100 vehicles. All things being equal, the reserve should be a wash. Now, we know prices go up and everything else. It should be a wash. So essentially what this means is right now we have funds in the reserve greater than their maximum balance. That means the timing of vehicle purchases versus the timing of depreciation being put into the account aren't 100% matching. I appreciate the maximum balance is not reflective of what we've had as an actual amount. The actual amount's been greater. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that 100 vehicle replacement for the initial 100 vehicles, if we pull money out of this reserve, at a future point in time, you're going to have to replace those 100 vehicles, and we'll have to look for an additional source of funding than the reserve in the future.
Okay. Either way, we're looking for an additional source of funding. Right. But right now, we have a surplus that we're not spending this year.
Right. So, yeah, I like to say, at the end of the day, you have 2 pockets. What pocket do you want to take your money out of? And at the end of the day, it's the same amount of money you're taking either out of your right pocket or your left pocket. And in a future date, you're going to have to replenish that pocket.
Yeah. But when it comes to a capital reserve, there is something about the timing of the acquisition of the asset being tied to and associated with the use of the asset by the then taxpayer. Correct? I can't start saving up money for something I want to build 10 years from now simply to avoid X, Y, Z because I am overtaxing a
Yeah.
resident
So,
today.
yeah, so I would frame it as you buy a new vehicle that's going to last you 10 years. Current residents are getting use of that vehicle over the next 10 years, and so they're contributing to basically the reserve to replace that vehicle in 10 years because they're using every year 1/10 of that vehicle's life.
Right. But we do control the purchasing, we control the maintenance of all of our fleet, correct?
We do.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I won't vote for anything that doesn't have a general fund reserve replacement of whatever it is we're taking out. And we're at $15 million, which is $9 million below, is that right? 15 million? We're below, $9 million below our minimum right now on general fund reserve, is that correct?
So currently, the current minimum is 23 million. I keep on losing my page where I have the numbers. What are we currently sitting at? Sorry, just give me a second here. I'm going to do this in my head, which is dangerous. Anybody knows me? So we're currently sitting, I think, at 18. Where? Yeah, that's 15.8 afterwards. So we're currently sitting at 18.5 million in the general fund reserve of uncommitted general fund reserve funds. So the 2.7 million for the deficit and the 0.2 million for the catalyst committee would bring that reserve down to 15.6 million.
Okay. So roughly $8.5 million below the minimum.
Sorry, correct. Yeah. Or 7.5, I think that is. No, 8. 7.5.
7.5,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
7.5. Round it up to $8 million.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would make an amendment that, in addition to this, in order to cover off this particular deficit and bring our GFR back up to its limit, that we would transfer $8 million out of the surplus sitting in the fleet reserve to the general fund reserve.
That's the difference. That's how over and above it's sitting. Mayor Masters, you got a reaction from the clerk. You said 8 million. You said 8 million because that's the amount it's over and above its minimum value. That's why you denoted it.
Yeah, once the 2.9 million is paid, it pulls it down to 15.6, take it back up to its minimum of 23, call it $8 million.
That, I was looking for clarification that it was 8, and you still have to pay the roughly 3 million, so it's 11 in total.
Yeah, but the current uncommitted
Yes.
balance is 18.5, right?
The total check's gonna be 11. Okay.
Nope.
All the mics up, turn your mic off, turn your mic off.
I'm just trying to read this. 0.7, roughly, so that's 2.1.
Math.
Yeah, that 11 number sounded funny.
Jim, should I say that, just the administration to transfer, or just like that? What is it?
City Council Direct Administration.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, thanks.
Surplus balance in the fleet reserve to the general fund reserve. I go to the bathroom now, so if we could take any questions, that would be great.
Actually, you know what, if there are any questions, while she's formatting the motion, I'll just look to see if I can start fielding them. Nothing coming on my faceplate here. If anyone's online, I can't see you right now, please speak up if you have a question. Hearing no questions, it looks like we are clear on the motion.
We have to vote on the amendment.
We vote on the amendment.
Vote on the amendment first, and then it becomes part of the main motion.
Different than the other ones.
We always got to change things around to keep us guessing.
Yeah, blame that guy.
Did they vote, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, call the vote, please, on the
Mayor
amendment.
Masters.
In favor.
Rob Humphreys.
In favor?
Ted Warawa.
In favor.
Lynn Gallagher.
In favor.
Counselor Mole.
There you go.
There I am. In favor.
Thank you.
What a handsome guy.
Counselor Mancinelli.
In favor as well.
Okay, the amendment carries.
And do we have any questions to the main motion? I don't see any.
Okay, the vote on the main motion.
Yeah. Vote, I'll call for a vote on it as amended.
Go to me first.
Mayor
Yeah, you go.
Masters?
In favor.
Rob Humphreys.
In favor?
Ted Warawa.
In favor.
Lynn Gallagher.
In favor.
Counselor Mole.
In favor.
And Counselor Mancinelli.
Well, not everyone can agree to everything. No, I'm in favor too.
The motion as amended is carried. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. I think that's the last point on the agenda, so can I have a motion for adjournment? Thank you, Mr. Wara. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it, and everyone have a good night. Thank you to those online, and you're good to go. Much appreciated, everyone. Have a good
Good night, everybody.